Oh, just Aaron. All right. Call to order the town of Breckenridge Town Council work session for August 10th. We've just come out of executive session and we move to planning commission decisions. Any questions to begin?
I've got some questions for staff.
All right, let's have staff come down so they can. Are you prepared to
Chapin.
answer all of this stuff on there? Because Chris is gone, right?
Yeah, so Chris is the project manager on this application, but yeah, staff is prepared to answer as best as we can.
Based on what I read in the planning minutes, it looks like RMU right now has 24 seats inside. And they're looking to have an additional 88 seats on a rooftop deck. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So this is an open air deck, and what I saw, what I could tell of the plans, and I know I couldn't see all of them, there's no additional bathrooms for that 88 seats on the upper deck. And it's okay not to know. It's just questions I had.
I don't think
We're hearing that
think so.
in the detail. It's certainly not up there. And when we say seats, are we referring to people? Because I don't know about what the seat is, the seating is up there, but the capacity was 88 on the new proposed area.
It said 88 persons on the rooftop
Yeah.
deck is what I read. Okay. So if my math is right, they have 24 seats inside. They're adding 88 people upstairs. That's an addition of about 3.5 times what they have indoors.
Dennis, where are you seeing the 24? I can't find that number.
It is,
Or is it in the packet itself?
it's in the packet. And I don't have that pulled
All
up
right,
right
no,
now.
that's fine.
So that's what I'm trying to get at. So that's 3.5 times the seating that they have in there right now. And it doesn't appear that there's additional restrooms being added to handle that. And that's a question, really.
Yeah.
And that really would, I mean, the restroom requirement would be reviewed at the building code. So we don't have anything in the development code that planning is reviewing that has a ratio of floor area requirement for bathrooms based on occupancy. That's going to be when they apply for their building code or the building permit. That's where the building code would catch that.
Okay.
It's not anything under the development code.
And then I read in a letter from Mr. John Gunson. He said that he helped write the ADA code. And it sounds like in order for somebody that's in a wheelchair, they're going to have a lift to the upper deck.
Yes.
And in order for someone then to use that restroom, they're going to have to come down the lift, go inside, come out, get in the lift and go back up. So is that really the way it is? I mean, they're gonna have to wait. in line
Sounds
to
like
go to bathroom.
the way it is designed, that would be if somebody were doing that in the way you spelled it out,
Right,
that's what would happen.
okay.
Again, we don't have a development code policy that's addressing ADA accessibility. And this is basically the entitlement, and then they would come in for all their life safety review with the building permit application and accessibility. So that would again be review with the building permit application.
Okay. Thanks, Chapin.
Dick?
Chapin, do you have easily accessible the language in design standards 9091 and 225 in relation to the metal exterior staircase and lift?
And pull it up.
And will you let us know when we're straying
Yeah.
too close to?
But I understand you need some information to decide, but there will be a line at some point.
And you're teetering.
I might be crossing that right now.
Always wait for that line.
I'll wait for Chapin to look that up.
Never been good at lines.
No, I know. That's why we have Tim here.
Yeah.
Not able to pull it up either.
Man, it's putting you on the spot, isn't it?
And it's not your
But-
project.
Yeah.
Gang fight without your gang.
Was it 91 or was it 191?
90 and 91,
Okay.
and then 225, but 90 and 91 if you place start.
All right, I've got 90, 91 in front of me.
What's the
The
question?
language in relation to the materials and how well they comply.
That said, there were some questions about how well those three complied with.
Yeah, the materials used on the left and the staircase in the back.
Right, yeah. Christie had some questions. I think it was the main commissioner had a question on that. What you're asking, what were the questions?
I was just curious exactly how the code read on that.
All right. So priority design standard 90, and the priority design standards and equates to an absolute policy in the development code. So it's not something you can incur negative points for. But the main section of that says use materials that appear to be the same as those used historically. And then it has some sub bullet points. And then 91 is not a priority design standard. And it says use building components that are similar in size and shape to those found historically along the street.
And how many negative point, what's the point range on that one?
-3 for the second design standard.
That answer your
Great,
question?
yeah, thanks, JP.
Jeffrey?
Are we allowed to look at, I mean, if as far as planning, is it all predicated just on the physical structure itself and you know, how it's designed, whether they adhere to historic fabric, whether it's complies with our building code, or are we allowed to ask questions on the citizens' comments and stuff like that?
You have to make a decision based on the code.
Period.
Okay.
Period.
In this, I didn't see anything. And now, when they submit a proposal like this, would they have to or be, required to put in like amplification and how it's going to be designed, how it's going to be the acoustics and all that stuff, or is that after the fact later? Is that after the fact as well? And noise mitigation is what I'm getting at.
So the town's noise ordinance is separate from the development code. We do have a condition of approval in the development permit that they would be required to come in for a Class D staff level permit for any proposed exterior loudspeakers. But there are not any proposed exterior loudspeakers with this application, so we're not reviewing that.
So not human voices then?
So do we have a sense what the hopeful usage is? Is it going to be live entertainment up there? Or is it going to just people hanging and talking and drinking?
We don't have a development code policy that regulates.
Talks
that.
about talking and drinking.
We know from this application that during an early proposal, there was a stage, but that has been taken out.
But can that be taken out forever?
It's not part of the application or the permit. So if they were ever to add that back in, they would have to do another permit.
Yeah,
But would that go to staff or would that go to planning and us?
we would make the decision at that time, but it's possible that would go back to planning commission. It's possible.
But is it probable?
I can't answer that.
Okay.
Tim, could that be put in as a condition? The stage, could a condition of the permit be no
Live music,
live music? Or
no
stage or
amplified.
That doesn't have anything to do with the development code. I mean, if this project is approved and built compliance with the noise ordinance in whatever form it may be, would be required. You have a noise ordinance, but you could change that. And the noise ordinance does deal with things like amplified music, not just levels, decibel levels, but that's not part of the development code.
Other questions?
Is there a concern or a likelihood that this will set a precedent and there'll be other rooftop decks? Is that something we can even consider, talk about here?
No,
Can't talk about it, or there's no concern?
We can talk about it later. It's not germane to this application.
I think I ran out of questions.
That's a shock. Anyone else?
Have past rooftop deck, applications that have been approved, or I guess we have precedent for past rooftop decks, and, Modus, Fatty's, Southridge, Piante Pizza. There's some examples. So in terms of past precedent,
Okay,
that's what's out there.
cool.
But are
For
the
example.
decks- Are the decks a lot bigger than the indoor seating? Capacity wise?
I don't have a breakdown on those in front of me. I'm sorry.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
I hate to, thank you, Chapin.
Other questions? Does anybody see a need for a call up this evening, just so we can let staff know?
I'd like to call it up.
Okay. So, sorry, you have to come back.
We'll be here.
Just so we're clear, that doesn't mean that it has been called up. It means that tonight Dennis
Right.
will ask that it be called up and it will be determined by a vote of the council.
And just so the audience understands, a call up tonight there's no process tonight. If it does get called up, it would go to the next meeting, which is in 2 weeks. That's when this would come back as a brand new application to the councils. And
There's also a possibility that with the consent of the applicant, that could be delayed beyond the next meeting.
We will request that if there is if the council votes for a call up, we are requesting that it go to the first meeting in September.
okay. All right. Anything else on the planning commission decisions? Because there were other things. No? All right, Chapin, thank you. Sorry to
All right,
put
Chapin.
you in that position.
I know.
Amenity club ordinance, second reading. Tim,
This ordinance comes on for second reading. There are no changes to the ordinance from first reading.
any questions? Everybody good with this? Yeah. This evening? Amenity club moratorium extension emergency ordinance. This is a little different, but
This is me also. The amenity club ordinance that we just briefly spoke about, if adopted on second reading tonight, will become effective 35 days from today. That allows for Helen to post the ordinance and for the time to run. So keep that 35-day deadline in mind. I believe that's September 15th. The current moratorium on the submission of development permits for amenity clubs will expire on August 26th currently. And if we're not careful, we could get into a situation where the moratorium would expire on August 26th. The new ordinance would not go into effect until September 15 and would have a gap there, which I think we would like to avoid. The purpose of this current emergency ordinance is to extend the current moratorium on the submission of applications for development permits that include an amenity club until the amenity club ordinance becomes effective on September the 15th, so as to avoid that gap.
everyone understand? Any questions? No? All right, liquor and marijuana fine in lieu of suspension, first reading.
That's me again. Several years ago, the Colorado legislature authorized local liquor licensing authorities to impose or to accept a fine in lieu of suspending a liquor license under certain circumstances. That could only be done if it was authorized by the governing body of the municipality, and the council many years ago gave the liquor authority the ability to consider a request to accept a fine instead of making a liquor licensee serve a period of suspension. This ordinance reflects an amendment that was made by the legislature this session to increase the fines amount, the amount of the fines that could be accepted. So in many respects, I view it as essentially a housekeeping matter, just to match the town's ordinance and really the fine limits to the new law. The Liquor and Marijuana Licensing Authority has from time to time been asked by a licensee to allow the payment of a fine in lieu of a suspension. And sometimes the authority has done so. I don't have a sense right now whether given the I guess it would depend upon the gravity of the offense for which the punishment is imposed. My general view is it's a nice option for the liquor authority to have if they want to use it. But I think the thing that's fundamental and you need to understand is it's discretionary with the liquor authority whether they accept a fine. They don't have to. So if they think that in order to send the message or to impose the appropriate or to deliver the message that the conduct is wrong and we're not going to allow this anymore, if the council really feels that way, they don't have to accept a fine, and then the licensee will have to shut down for whatever the period of suspension is. The liquor code right now allows the liquor authority to suspend a license for up to 6 months. We've never done that, but it's there. So on balance, I think this ordinance makes sense. It just really increases the fine, the maximum fine amount to $5,000. No,
Between 500 and 100,000.
yeah. And it's based on an estimate of the amount of proceeds the license established would make during the period of suspension. So if the licensee was suspended for 10 days, you would have to figure out how much they would lose during that period. And then the maximum fine is, I think, 20% of that amount. So it's not necessarily an arbitrary figure. The math formula is actually built into the ordinance, into the state statute.
And again, we wouldn't have to accept it.
No.
It just gives us more flexibility.
One of the other conditions I like, it states in there, is that they have to have sufficient records to allow you to determine
Mhm.
what that amount would be. And if they don't, that's another reason you don't have.
Right.
It can also be less than 6 months. 6 months is the maximum.
Absolutely.
Okay.
I mean, the authority has done week-long suspensions, a couple of days suspension, I think maybe 10 days. It just depends upon the nature of the violation, the seriousness of it. The liquor violations really run from kind of minor infractions to more major, serving a visibly intoxicated person, for example, the authority takes pretty seriously. Maybe failing to check an ID, not so serious. So it runs a wide spectrum of liquor offenses.
I like the sole discretion of the liquor board.
I do too.
To determine which they take, so I'm good with it.
All right. Any other
How
questions?
often does the authority deal with violations? Is that pretty frequent, or just what's the cadence?
Carol, a couple times a year, probably.
Mhm.
It's been a while. The process typically involves a hearing. We call a show cause hearing. And it's been maybe a year since we've done one. The liquor board gets reports from the police department at each meeting about potential violations or something that has happened.
Mhm.
And we're working right now on one that may require a hearing. But fortunately, we don't have to do them very often, even though we have a considerable amount of liquor licenses for a relatively small community.
Miles? All right, this will be on for first reading. Thanks, Tim. Manager's report, public projects update. Hello again, Shannon.
Hello again, Mr. Mayor and Council. I do not have anything to add to the memo, but I'm happy to take questions.
Questions? How's the dam?
Great.
That's the word I wanted to hear. No, nothing?
I'm going to talk to James about that other matter.
Parking and transportation?
Hey, Helen, I lost my internet and I don't have the code. Help me out.
There's three.
It's pretty.
Aren't you on dial-up?
Go to Breck free, that's what I'm
Garage is looking really good.
For right now, just
Oh,
use that.
Thank you, Tim. Sure. Just had it. Just came up.
Can't you get it on your flip phone?
James, are you coming down for P and T or for trolley? Not the trolley, the free ride. I don't know why I called it trolley. Do you think some of the lack of ridership is because of the lack of routes? Like Purple's down 50%, we're running half the buses. Is that?
Yep, I think if you look at the numbers, I mean, we're kind of across the board, we're half of everything we were in 2019. Service hours are not quite half, but there's considerably less. We had about 40% less than what we had in 2019. 2019, it's important to kind of remember that was the peak of, that was a high mark of transit ever. It was 1.3 plus million riders. So comping against that year is probably, well, it's a full year. We were full steam with all buses, all routes, 42 people, drivers that is. So, but yeah, if you look at the purple numbers, it's basically half.
Okay.
So
Have you started hiring yet?
we've
You
haven't stopped. Yeah. And we're still, there's not really much change to report over the last several
Yeah,
times.
It's still bleak though, I tell you. And if you read the minutes from the summit stage, it's the same thing right now and it's in there. And so, I mean, I think we still need, I think 15 more drivers to do the full winter.
Yeah, we're holding at 22. We were trying to get to 27 even for the summer. We're trying to get to 30, 32 for the winter.
What's the starting wage?
High 18s.
They drug test though, Jeffrey.
I think
Yeah,
it's 20.
I'm asking for a
Well,
friend.
I'm pretty sure it's 20. I don't know the exact. Yeah.
Yeah. According to the government page, it's 20 to 21 or something like that for starting. I did notice on a search, it was a little bit challenging besides through that government page. I don't know if there's through Breck Free Ride. I don't know if there's an opportunity to put it on that website, but obviously you all know what you're doing better than I do. But I did notice that, but it's 20 when I looked for it.
Correct. And then we do have, based on if you have years of experience, a CDL and years of experience, it kind of tiers up from that.
I can attest, Aaron has no moving violations that I know of.
Is it time to have Dana look at our pay scales throughout?
We are.
Are we?
Yeah.
Is that an
We're-
ongoing or are we taking?
No, I mean, we're looking at, we've made some interim adjustments on things and it's not, it's just such a different animal. We've already we went ahead and we've raised some of the transit pay. And, then you have a compression issue. So if we just say we're going to start everybody at $25 an hour, then we got to be prepared to move everybody up
Sure.
within there. And then we have to look at the other positions that are in there. And so our pay is competitive. There's just people, we talked to Jen, I wish she had, so in 2019, when we were going out and doing the winter hiring, I believe she told me there were 100 and something
Well, and
applications.
about 115, these numbers aren't exact, but yeah, 1920, we had 115.
2019.
Yeah,
not
2019. Well, we count the season in, but yeah,
Oh, 19.
2019.
Okay, I thought you meant 1920. Well,
And
That's when West was still.
and then for 20, we had 58 applications, so 115 to 20 or to 58. And so far to date for this season 21, we've had 7.
I mean, that's
a big difference.
yeah.
Well, and I can
Same
tell you
every
in
year.
the private sector, you see it.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, people are stealing each other. It's a bidding war. I mean, some of
And the
bids-
summit stage is in the same boat right now. They're going all this way down. And so that doesn't mean, I'm not saying this to say we're not constantly looking. We're looking at some retention bonuses that we might do to get, when they come on, and then if they stay through a season, we're looking at some incentive type things to help us out. Obviously, housing is still our number one thing that helps us. And so, we talked in the housing committee today, we're going to retain some of those buy down units that we're holding on to just while we get through some of this recruitment stuff that's going on right now. And we are going to evaluate. We're evaluating constantly, looking at being competitive in there and should our ranges change. So where people enter and top out.
I mean, you gotta be strategic in it.
If you were to guess, is housing the biggest hold up that people don't come here and apply for?
I couldn't say exactly. I mean, I think it's definitely a piece of it, but I mean, the fact that we're not even getting applications is probably more alarming than the housing.
Yeah.
right now. I don't know where like many folks have said, I don't know where the workforce really is at anymore. There's a lot of, even for parks, we've been reporting that we just, of the 17 positions, we only hired 5. So.
And I might be jumping a bit ahead, but in the committee reports, the transit department budget for the county, they talked about competing aggressively for transit drivers. Is that something that we'll continue to monitor and just work with the county on that? To make
Yeah,
sure
we
we're aligned?
we try to be consistent with what the county strategy but yeah, as Rick had previously mentioned, they're having these same challenges. So they've implemented some bonus programs, sign-on bonus programs, and we're looking at it more as a retention bonus versus sign-on bonus. But we haven't still working out the details of that.
All right, other questions for Shannon or James? Happy birthday, by the way.
It's your birthday.
It's not today, it was Sunday, right?
Oh. What's your sign?
44.
All right, thank you. Housing and childcare, anything? Hi, Lori. Did you see the Christian Science Monitor article?
No, but
It came out today.
Cool.
Yeah, you sound like a genius.
Yes. They
Oh,
were
it was great.
miracles.
Our quotes matched up. I was,
Awesome.
yeah, it was good.
They never called me.
Look,
Yeah, I wonder why.
I just wanted to let you know, we did have a fairly long housing committee meeting today, and you'll see the minutes in your packet next week. But one thing that was sort of time sensitive that we wanted to run by you, we were talking about ADUs and some potential incentives. And I think planning is working on bringing forward some ideas around some issues in the code that might incentivize some ADUs. But one question that is sort of outside of the code. So in addition to sort of any code changes, would the town consider incentivizing ADUs with fee waivers? ADUs in Wellington and Lincoln Park already have a fee waiver because basically that was part of the initial annexation agreement. But there could be ADUs that people want to do that are not in Wellington or Lincoln Park. And so the committee discussed it today, and they definitely supported fee waivers, building code, planning code, and water PIFs. Water PIFs, I would cover 50% of that out of the water fund so that we keep the water fund whole. And this would also, hopefully, at least from the committee's perspective, allow us to provide PIFs for projects that are just outside of town that are on our system, like Silver Shekel, for example. And the condition of these fee waivers would be 80% rental cap. At least I think that's what the committee said today. I was taking notes.
And on the building code and those waivers were
And-
prorated
yeah.
based on a percentage of the square feet to the overall project. So
Just for the ADU. not for
Didn't
the
we
big
do
house.
100% AMI for the Wellington, or did we do 80?
I thought we did 80% for Wellington
was
bonus
80.
room.
Remember we
Yeah,
did,
yeah,
Kelly?
What?
What did you think we did?
100%.
100, but I mean, it was just so much that I thought it was 100.
80%
but if
is
it's
high.
only- It's very high.
It's like 1,300 a month.
still
for-
$1,300.
Yeah, no, I just didn't
It's
want
to
to go
match-
higher than that.
it's to
So as
match
long as
Wellington.
It's the match, then that's fine.
I know these fee waivers probably vary drastically based on project, but about how much, like ballpark? would
Well,
we
you
be
know,
waiving?
the call that we got for the request that sort of launched this conversation was in Silver Shekel, I think, and it was out of town PIF. So that was a lot, $12,000 water PIF fee.
And
So
where did you say you would cover that from?
water fund, because we do need to keep
So the housing
the
fund
housing fund,
agrees
yeah.
to pay 50% of that. So,
Okay,
but we're getting a
That's what I
housing
thought.
unit for $6,000.
no, that's great. I just.
So if the full council is on board with that, we'll just implement that right away. And then you will see some more things from planning in regard to other potential opportunities.
All right, everybody good with that? Yes. Thank you, Lori. Yeah, excellent.
Baby steps.
We've already hit on some committee reports. Anything to add or question?
There, yeah, you just had Summit Stage and transit and parking. So, I mean, transit and parking committee. So.
And events.
I don't have anything other than what is in the packet. Carol, I don't know.
Any
if-
questions? Everybody good?
Mhm.
All right, council rules amendment.
So I made a change to the rules that you had seen about a month ago. And the only change was in that one section where it now states that the chair of the meeting must be in person, attending in person, unless all of the council is virtual.
Who's the chair?
Me.
Oh,
Or you.
oh, me.
If I'm
If you're indisposed.
incapacitated.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm ready to serve.
So, yeah, that's at subsection 8. Okay.
Everybody good with these changes?
What happens is these will become the new rules in 2 weeks.
They were handed out at the prior meeting, is that right?
Mhm.
Well, really, this is the version today handed out.
Yeah,
So
then there'll be a resolution coming back in 2 weeks.
the
Thank you.
resolution in 2 weeks. Good job.
All right. Open space master plan update. Scott Reed in the house.
Trying to be quick. Thank you for the opportunity to update you all on the open space master planning process. I think we'll probably do this, I believe, in the first meeting of every month here going forward as we process this master planning update. Just a couple things background wise, where we are with this, the original plans, as you may or may not know, are about 10 or more years old. They were separate plans. We are moving towards merging them into one singular plan. We have hired DTJ Design with subcontractors ERO, who does a lot of the biological and other type surveys. Civic Brand, which is doing some of the public input stuff, and then BBC, which is also doing some of that work as well. So to date, we've had a series of kickoff meetings. We met with BOSAC as citizen advisors and kind of got a sense of what their concerns were about what changes or what this thing needed to look like, this new plan, kind of a merge of the trails plan and the open space plan. Obviously scoping meetings with the staff as well to kind of describe and give some background on the process and where we are so far. BOSAC and staff provided a list of people, of stakeholders, partners. Among those, I think several of you are in that list as well, that were interviewed either one-on-one or in a focus group setting to kind of get a scoping phase and understand what some of the bigger issues were that they needed to tackle. One of the reasons we chose DTJ is because they have an iterative process where they try to really understand the communities. They've done these types of plans for large and small communities, and they don't want to have a one size fits all. Here's what we're doing. Here's how it goes. Their plan or their approach that we liked was that they would like to learn about the community. And as you know, DTJ does have a long history working with us, but to really understand Breckenridge and what its needs are and what the community as a whole needs with regard to this. So on that list included over 30 people with, stakeholders, the county, the Forest Service, a number of kind of original advocates for the program when it started in '96. So youth team representatives, council members, different organizations are represented, race organizers, Breckenridge Ski Resort, and other community members. So that was kind of a scoping session. The idea is, okay, what does this look like? Basically, they came up with a baseline and pulse of the community, which they were really looking for to move to the more in-depth public engagement process, which we are now about to endeavor into. From here, the step is really to kind of really dig deep into the really robust public engagement process. One of the things that's been going on somewhat in the background, actually I didn't even bring my cards with me, is that they're doing a number of intercept surveys at trailheads. So trying to capture users at the trailheads and, kind of, hey, how are you doing? And here's some information. And I have cards back that I left sitting right back there that have the QR code on there. And there's an incentive, $100 incentive to, if you draw a name out of a hat, you may get a $100 gift card, that kind of thing. But it goes to a survey that really talks about what was your experience in Breckenridge? Where did you learn about it? What did you, kind of digs into some of the things, specific topics that we think are part of this, so some of the issues we really need to address in this plan. So including congestion and protection of lands and e-bikes and, where you find your information. And there's a number of deeper topics that we really feel like we need to kind of dig into. So the focus group is really helpful to get some input from some people, but just getting the, the trail users input straight from their mouth is kind of what they're trying to gather there. Similarly, a Google Doc has been created so if you have people that have not been contacted and have not been a part of this process, and you really feel like we've neglected their voice in some way, it's a Google Doc that's live. We ask for that input, contact information, and then DTJ will reach and Civic Brand will reach them directly and kind of get some more of that sort of in-person information for stakeholders and partners and the like. So if you
How do we access the Google Doc? Like if we want to send it out to people?
I'll be happy to send you a link for that.
Okay,
so you
cool.
can just forward it around
To all of us.
and
Like
BOSAC
to-
has that already. And yes, we can get that to you in your hands as
When
well.
Carol was interviewed, did she want more jumps?
Many more berms, more berms and jumps.
Yeah.
Or air. And the other thing we heard is that we would like to, have DTJ work with the Social Equity Commission specifically and get on their agenda to have that discussion. That's sort of the next step. We need to get on that agenda for their upcoming meeting. So as I mentioned, the intercept surveys are ongoing. And then the other thing that BTO is really trying to provide is a timeline. Okay, what does this look like from here on out? How are we going to have these open houses if that's the format that they take? And kind of what that looks like. And BOSAC requested that they present that timeline so that they can kind of have a sense of when they can get all their input. And I think that's really what they're working on at the moment. The other thing they're really working on, which is one of the things we liked about in terms of their proposal, is a branding effort so that when people see, again, they typically develop a brand specific to our community, specific to this input process, so that people can say, oh, it relates to Breckenridge. Okay, yes, I want to participate in that. And the idea is in the long run, we can hopefully transition that branding effort into a long-term branding for the program itself. So whatever they create during this process, which is what they're doing right now, is that it'll carry through the process, certainly, but then it'll also provide sort of long-lasting, we think, branding for our program as a whole. So that's coming up. There will be a real-time website that'll have a lot of information on there as well to go with that branding. We are also working with the BTO. We've included a number of survey questions on their post-visitor survey. We did ask them, and this has been asked to us, and so I'll just tell you, kind of what we've heard. People said, why don't we just get all of BTO's email addresses and send them this request? Well, that's not how BTO works for obvious reasons. We don't want to barrage, but they were willing to help us and create, I think it's 3 or 4 questions at the end of their post-visit surveys. So we're getting more information from them. So multiple ways of getting input on that. Just to mention, as far as the calendar is concerned, believe that this process, if you look at long-term, will probably wrap up in March of 2022. So we've got several months to go in this process, but they're, project management, data collection, obviously working with other partners throughout, and some check-ins with BOSAC as well, and a monthly check-in with you all. A needs assessment, which is kind of what they're going through right now. And then we'll kind of, the final plan will be obviously circulated through multiple ways so people can review that before it goes to any kind of final. And obviously you all have an input in terms of what that looks like in the final version. Any questions?
Yeah, on branding. So like we'll kind of create like another phrase like Breck Wild, and that will be the
Don't let them charge you for that.
that will be like the survey demo, a logo.
Yes.
And then down the road, Breck Wild will be how people would associate Breckenridge open space.
That's correct.
That's what branding is.
Thank you.
I'm not asking. I'm not telling them. I'm asking.
Is it wild with a Y?
Let me just
Yeah,
teach you
yeah,
something.
Breck Wild with a Y.
With a
Yeah.
Ooh, I like that.
Don't do that.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
yes, that's what I was gonna say is I just hope that none of the branding occurs without Brett Howard in the room, because
Yeah.
it just doesn't make any sense to,
Duplicate.
yes. I mean,
Yes.
he's thought of everything.
And great. And Haley has also been involved in this. And so that is part of what we're trying to do is to merge those things into one. But yes, that is the intent. And part of what we liked about their proposal. If you look at other places that they've done this, you've got sort of I can't even pull the example up, but like Keep Austin Weird, or those things that kind of catchphrases that let you think, oh, that's what it associated with that. And so they had in their proposal multiple examples of that. And I think that was really helpful for us. I think the only real branding we have for the open space program at this point is the Friends of Breckenridge Trails, which is a little bit confusing to some people because they don't really know what it is. And so the idea is to try to consolidate those into one and feel like we've got a brand going forward.
Cool.
Yes.
Big Air Breckenridge.
Big, oh,
Write that one
yeah.
down too.
Yeah.
That's from Carol.
Get sideways or get out, Breckenridge.
Hey, Scott, I hung a couple of those cards up at the restaurant today, and while I was doing it, I thought we should have some posters with a QR code on it. Guests and locals. And maybe we could distribute that through the BRA.
Sure.
We're always looking for junk to hang on the front door. So maybe
Great.
catch a couple more surveys.
Okay, I will, and I'll give you all a card. I got it just here, but I'll just give you an example of what it looks like. And it's just a way to get people interested and then engaged and giving the feedback that we really think. we
And
need.
what's the thing you're gonna send us that we can send out?
Google Doc.
A
that-
Google Doc?
Yeah.
Google Doc.
It's a
Google
it's a
Doc.
living document online that you can enter in and say, oh, they haven't spoken with Ellen Hollenshed. So let me put her name in, her number, and then that way the information then goes to the consultants that they can then say, oh, we need to reach this individual and speak with them.
So I would put like someone, hey, that we should contact this person. I'll put down someone's name, send it back, and then they'll reach
And they'll
out.
do it. If you want to keep it anonymous or if you want to keep it that way, you can certainly just email it to us and we'll make sure it gets.
So I wouldn't
emailed as
reach
well.
out. I'd reach out. I just suggest a name to contact and they'd do it. Okay. All right, cool.
Good.
And I would mention one other thing is that the card that I have that I'll give you a copy is only really for visitors at this time. We are developing one as well for residents. So you'll see it if you scan it with the QR code, you'll go into it and you'll see what the questions are. It's really targeting the visitors, and that's why the convenience or the intercept survey works well with that.
Have you been to the
Scott,
troll?
Do you think that you could have DTJ present to BOSAC like really early on, kind of right after they're doing these interviews, these one-on-ones and the focus groups? Just because if the whole point of that is to make sure that they understand the community and the wants and needs of the community, I just would hate for them to glom on to, a few points that BOSAC doesn't feel like is representative of open space and trails. I just want to make sure that they're,
BOSAC's involved throughout.
yeah, but not just throughout, like, okay, so here we've set the ground and we're gonna bring you along with us, but really to like check back in, like, so this is what we're hearing. Does it ring true? Does that sound right to you?
Yes.
It's kind of established some key points where you want
Yes.
them to go back.
Exactly, like,
Milestone.
So no one strays too far afield.
exactly.
She rolled her eyes at me a while ago.
Well, she should.
Google Doc.
She should roll her eyes. Anything else for
I
Scott?
actually like that name better.
My new search.
Yeah, Scott, I have a question.
Voice of God.
Hi. Scott, in the Google Doc, does it list the people who everybody has spoken with, that DTJ has spoken with so far? And maybe that would be helpful so that there isn't a mix of communication of whether people will be reaching new people or the same people or whatnot. Does that make sense?
It does. There's some concern about confidentiality and information that's being passed out there. So
Okay.
maybe where we remove some of those names, and so that it doesn't just say, hey, here's everyone they talked to and here's all their contact info. So even if they're
Yeah,
redundant,
yeah.
at least we'll know, even if someone says, hey, like I mentioned, Ellen, we've already spoken to Ellen, or they've already spoken to Ellen.
He's spoken to them.
Right. But if her name gets back in there,
Yeah.
then obviously then we know that we've
Yeah,
spoken.
you have an
Yeah.
algorithm that would.
So
lead her
maybe,
up.
so maybe that's just an expectation of, if you add people's names to this Google Doc, that's not everyone that they're speaking to. There's a lot more people that they are reaching out to. It's not just what's in the doc.
That's correct. And we will have that list of
Yeah.
participants, if you will. So that if we can double check those things, that's certainly something we can do.
Thank you.
Thanks, Aaron. Anything else for Scott? Thank you.
Yep.
Thanks so much.
Scott?
I want to go over a few things, okay, while we're waiting.
Please.
For our next,
Yeah.
and as soon as, if Patrick gets here before. Also, we just saw that Rob Katz is moving out of the CEO position for
Really?
Resorts. Yeah.
Oh, what's he gonna do?
They appointed Kirsten Lynch, who is head of marketing, to be the new CEO.
That's
Yeah.
what I heard.
He's gonna keep some limited role with the board.
Oh.
But yeah. Couple things I wanted to go over with you. I want to talk a little bit about, the town facility mask requirements and what we should do. We're seeing, and this came up when we were at mayors and managers and commissioners last week, and there seems to be a broad consensus amongst the towns that they want to try to implement some level of kind of modeling the behavior to get more people to wear a mask indoors. The CDC guidelines state if you're in a substantial or a high risk area, which we are, then they recommend indoor mask wearing in high risk areas, I guess. But, and so it's pretty clear that right now the county is not, the public health is not going to require it. We don't feel the state at this current level is going to require anything, and public health's not going to. They really want to see local control, a local issue, create your own rules around your own facilities. And so, one of the thoughts out there that we have talked about is that we would mandate mask wearing for the public when they enter town hall. And we would mandate mask wearing for staff whenever they are interacting or in a area where they may interact with the public. I'll tell you, we're also considering moving towards a mandatory mask wearing at all times in the work environment for people that are unvaccinated. We haven't come to a final decision on that, but
Town
employees
or?
Yeah. Those are the ones I control. So, yeah, we are looking at that. So we had a situation that we're working through that involves some employees, and they're not working because they're COVID and they weren't vaccinated, and they're working with other employees. And so there's a little bit of a domino.
Is there any way we can just require all town employees to be vaccinated, to get vaccinated if they don't have a medical condition that precludes that?
Yes, there is a way to do that, but we haven't seen that happen in our current environment. I'm not sure that would be the best thing for us to do. There are some people that, I'm not going to judge, but they have some very passionate and strong feelings about that. And are we willing to lose some good employees over that?
Some of us couldn't attend the Friday public health meeting at a high level. Could you tell us some of the trends that public health pointed out that we should be concerned about?
Trends in the positivity rates. And, one of those is that about a third of our positivity rates are breakthrough cases. We're not seeing, you'll jump in anytime because Shannon was in the most recent public health meeting today with them at noon, listening to that. What's the profession where we're seeing more of obviously hospitality is a big one.
Restaurants, hospitality, construction, and then gatherings and
that age group.
Is that what was after hospitality?
construction.
Got it.
And it's that age group still, that 20 to 30s.
Yeah. Like,
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and there's a lot of reasons, right? I mean, everybody here knows somebody that they may not even feel that strongly about it. They just are lazy and didn't do it. It's become so convenient to get it done, but some people still like, I just didn't get it done.
I know we might lose some help, but I would require us town staff to be vaccinated unless they have a medical reason for not. How much help would we actually lose?
We'd probably have to add religious too, but.
Religious?
Sure.
Oh, yeah. Oh, the religious exemption.
Yeah, religious exemption, medical exemption. I don't know.
I mean, we're still not, we don't really have a good handle on how many are unvaccinated. We're going to guess, that's the first thing we're going to find out now. And, but that could be 20, it could be 30, it could be 15.
I wonder if you mandate the mask for anyone that's unvaccinated, I think you'll get those people who are just, as Rick put it, lazy.
Yeah.
I wonder if that would tip people over the edge. And also, couldn't anybody say that they have religious beliefs?
Yeah, what religion says you can't get vaccinated?
But Yeah, and you know, the state is requiring unvaccinated. They're not requiring their employees to get vaccinated. But they are requiring them to be tested twice a week if they're unvaccinated, starting in September. Frisco is requiring their unvaccinated to be tested twice a week.
They're of their staff.
Yeah, of just their employees that work for the town there. You know, there's this similar discussion of what you're talking about right now is going on at the county. They're not doing anything that we know of right yet, but they're exploring what, if anything, they will be doing with unvaccinated. You know, there are some things I would like to implement sooner than later with that unvaccinated, just to provide another layer of protection to our work staff. But in the meantime, I think we need to I'd like to come to some decision on what you would support. Here's what I would recommend to you that I feel comfortable right now doing, is that we require people entering our town facilities. And I'm going to have a caveat here because I'm going to recommend some exemptions to that. But entering our town facilities to wear a mask when they come into that town facility. And our employees would wear one whenever they're interacting with the public and or in a place where they may interact with the public in there. And so that means you guys are going to wear one during council meetings because the public is invited to be in.
Can't we just include the first couple rows? No?
We're in a basement.
So I would not recommend at this time that we require a mask at the ice rink. And I'm going to suggest we do not require them at the rec center. And Kelly made a really good suggestion that I want to talk to Scott about, and that we might come up with a 2-hour block each day that would be just restricted for those people that were only comfortable coming into the environment with a mask. So it'd be a mask only 2-hour block.
As long as it's not a prime time,
No, it would, well, yeah, I mean, it maybe when that higher risk group tends, you know, like 10 to noon, something like that, where we could come up in that. And I think that's that offers something to those people that are out
I
there.
like that too.
So when will this start?
Probably, I would suggest we need time to go through, so Monday, you know.
Yeah.
What are you thinking? You don't like the council?
I'm fine with that, Rick. I think it's important for the mental health of our adolescent and teenagers that we stay away from the rec facilities for now.
I'm okay with that. I totally agree with that, actually, but I don't know if I just can't do good government wearing a mask. I mean, I will if I have to, just 'cause
We did great government last year.
we
Well, I
had
guess
Zoom. We're in Zoom. Yeah, I mean, I'll do what I have to do, but
I mean, we could do, if you want, you know, we could put something in there where I'm shooting from the hip. Everybody gets nervous when I do that.
Dan's kicking you under the
That
table.
if you're in a
Listening.
meeting with a group and everybody is vaccinated and agreeable, that, you know, you wouldn't have to wear it, or if you're in an area where everybody's vaccinated and you can maintain a distance, at least, you know, that 6-foot social distancing from any other people. Because when you're up here, I mean, we know who's at this table, right? And we know the vaccination status. And if we're all agreeable to that setting up here, and nobody's getting within 6 feet of you up here the way we're set up now.
yeah.
So, I mean, the problem is that everybody that's looking on Zoom doesn't know all these rules are in place and wonder, you know, I mean, the BOCC today met and they all had masks on, and it was, you know, difficult at best the chance to hear some of the comments and hear people. And
I'd rather go back to Zoom rather than
I wouldn't.
do this with a
Me
mask.
neither, I would do this.
I do not want to do Zoom.
Would it be too crazy to check vaccine cards for people from the public to see if they're vaccinated, and if they're not vaccinated, they wear a mask, and maybe is that not strong
the
enough?
challenge is once they get into a facility, you don't know you'd have to put an armband on them or something that says, you know, they're required to wear a mask, because We've talked about that. Otherwise, once they
I
get.
prefer a
into
big,
numbers-
letter. I prefer a big letter A or U for unvaccinated.
On the forehead?
Yeah,
One
right here.
thing
Yeah.
Just to point out is that part of the reason why the requirement is for indoor mask wearing regardless of vaccination status is because vaccinated people can pass along the virus just as easily as unvaccinated people. So just something to keep in mind when you're talking about mask wearing or not mask wearing and vaccination status. From the CDC perspective, it doesn't really matter if you're vaccinated or not. It's that close quarters of people and the ability to transmit the Delta variant. So I know that probably doesn't help, but
Basically, right now, the CDC says we should all be wearing a mask.
correct.
And we're just not. Interesting.
Recommended. Is that correct, Joe?
And that would be until we get below 50 per 100,000,
Where are we right now?
200.
Yeah, but we're not testing that much. I mean, the numbers are.
No, the county wants to increase the testing because if people start requiring more people to
Oh,
get
yeah.
tests that are unvaccinated.
I mean, those numbers are far more meaningful once we start ramping up testing. We have an ample number of people just aren't in the mode. I mean, people are resisting and.
So we're seeing, I'm pretty sure the county is going to go to this. Frisco already went to it on Monday. Silverthorne's talking about it tomorrow. Dillon agreed to it, but Dillon shut down their town hall again to appointments only. So
School districts doing masks.
school district is requiring it.
We need some cool masks then, if that's gonna be.
I'm wearing a mask at work.
Yeah.
I mean, I think that's a much more dangerous situation than sitting here with you people though.
Whatever, I'll do what
I like staying with recommended masks indoors, but I also like.
Well, it's not recommended if we go to, you like staying with it? I'm sorry, where like the way it is right now? Don't
Unless-
require it?
Do you want to go unvaccinated, have to get tested? Is that the direction you want to go
With who?
with employees?
I don't know yet.
Okay.
Probably at a minimum, I would require them to wear a mask at all times in the workplace. I would not, at this time, I would not support requiring them to get vaccinated.
Do we have a hard and fast knowledge of who's vaxxed and who's not?
We will.
Could we do another push to encourage staff to get vaccinated? And is there an opportunity to make it easy as possible and get a vaccine site in town or a bus?
We did ask that, I did ask that question of the senior leadership team because the vaccine folks are at the rec center every 2 or 3 weeks. We've also had them at Public Works and we've had the vaccine bus at the Riverwalk. So the general consensus was it was not for the folks that we have that were not vaccinated, that it wasn't a convenience factor, but I think anything we can do to make it easy for them, we can certainly ask the public health department to come back and they would.
Do we have any plans to have a rapid testing site in Breck or even a testing site in Breck?
Probably not to come back at this time unless the county asks to, the county paid for the last one. They paid Vail Health to be here. And then when things slowed down, now if they end up paying to bring somebody back and they're looking for a site and reach out to us, we'll have to talk about it. But we were having trouble finding a site.
I heard Centura had did they even talk to Centura? No?
About a site in Breck?
In Breck, yeah. No?
Nobody's reached, I haven't heard it.
Oh, yeah, the Peak 9. PK.
In the end, in the end, honestly, it's Rick's call with the employees.
Yeah.
That's not really I'm glad he brings it up to speed, but what Rick does with the employees is his deal. Ours is more, and really even with the facilities, and.
It impacts you all, so.
It does, but really, if the town manager says that's what we need to do at the facility, I think it's difficult for us to say we're not gonna wear masks.
I'd wear a mask. It's not a big deal.
Yeah, I
to
don't
me.
care. I think if
I'd rather be here.
Rick
I'd
and
rather be
Shannon and
live.
staff think town hall should be
Yeah.
mask required, I think we do it.
I feel better about the people walking in constantly into ComDev leaning over the counters, even though when they're showing a plan, they've got the guard those are, that's a high risk area still. And I just, right now it's recommended. Nobody's walking in hardly with a mask on. And I'd rather have people
vaccine
masking
is
up when they
recommended
come
too.
in,
I have no problem.
I'm not worried about this environment, but it's about consistency.
And I'll certainly wear a mask. I didn't, for the record, I have trouble hearing when I have a
When you
mask.
wear a mask.
I do. I have trouble hearing and concentrating. It's just,
You're wearing it wrong.
You have to put it over your face.
it's just bad for my ADD. I'll do it. I'll do it.
Yeah, okay. Well, we'll let you know. And quickly also, just so you know, we're moving, BCA is moving to actually checking for vaccination for people to enter any of the concerts and that kind of stuff. So, and that's a trend we're seeing in that industry.
Are the My Colorado app, are you guys using that? We need to push that app out more too.
We get Dillon Amphitheater to do it. We could probably
Colorado
finish
app?
up our workforce and get them all vaccinated.
Well, it's outdoors, one thing. All right, we got all right, so we're ready to go. I got one.
Yeah, we're
thing
ready
marked
to go.
out. Are you ready?
New app.
The first part of it in here, correct? Okay, so let's get. Okay, right now, we haven't done anything, so. Elena, let's go
I have a
ahead.
picture of mine, but I can put it, use.
And this is
download that?
My Colorado.
Cool. All right.
All of you listening, My Colorado app, you put your driver's license, your vaccine card, put your car insurance.
Hi.
Ellie was on there.
Today is, hey,
My Colorado.
287.
287.
Are you in charge of me?
You start wearing a mask right now?
Oh, geez.
You need a fig Newton mask on, Jeffrey.
Good job. You should practice at Little Small.
Paper ones will be better for you.
I bought some black paper ones. They're sweet.
Would you like Rick to tee us up? That's what the little red has.
Black.
Got a black, want to see?
Sleek.
Hurts my.
I guess go ahead. Let's get focused in here.
Would you like to tee us up or should we just go?
No, I'm
He's
out
exhausted.
of the zone.
Good, okay,
I gotta
well, we're not gonna just sit here. We're gonna go do some fun stuff. I got an 11-foot long plan for you to look at.
Oh,
So
good.
it's the longest plan I've ever printed. I'm really happy. I'm sure Rick's gonna want to keep it in his office. I guess for the record, Elena Scott with Norris Design in Frisco, Colorado. And we're here today to talk about the Breckenridge Blue River Bikeway. We call it Breck for short. Because it's very long, but I'm trying to make you laugh, so you're tired. But our agenda today will include a brief presentation here. This is just about 10 minutes and it's pretty high level. We want to spend the majority of our time with you looking at a diagram that we've created, a circulation diagram, looking at existing circulation, bikes, peds, and also proposed circulation and many other things that we'd love to get your input on before we start moving into more detailed design. To date, just so you're aware, we have a team. We have Merrick Engineering as our surveyor, who's done an awesome survey, and also our civil and structural engineer. It's great to have all of those under one roof with the survey and also the civil. We also have Wright Water Engineering, who's helping us on all things river environment, and they're awesome. They have both completed a couple memos to help us move forward with this project. We've named the segments that are up on the screen on this page, and we have a circulation map that's looking at the entirety from French Street all the way up to South Park. So we know that the important focus right now is on the Ski Hill to Watson area as our phase 1, which is identified on the map there, segment 2. But in order to really do a great job of thinking about bike route planning and how you're going to connect, you really have to look at the entirety so that you understand how that route can work through the entirety of the Riverwalk area and what those future investments might look like from a connections perspective if we're talking about bridges and underpasses and things that cost money. So we want to always make sure that council has the ability to make those decisions and weigh those. So we look forward to that discussion with you today. Our number one goal here always is that we're getting more people biking, walking, and especially biking, walking safely. So safety is a really important element for this project. A second thing is the promotion of the river health. You can just see the segment between Watson and Ski Hill and the channelization of that. And so being able to look at this area holistically and how the parking structure, the river improvements, and potential alley improvements between Watson and Ski Hill can all work together to create a better functional environment for our guests and locals. I mentioned the alleys, but thinking about circulation, thinking about access, activation, and safety and operations. Everybody has to be able to run their businesses no matter what we do in those. So that's really critical to us. We'd like to create a dedicated connected bike route through the entirety of the Riverwalk. We'd also like to create a very clear dismount zone for those folks that are going to get out and walk through town. And we also want to create better pedestrian direction throughout the community. So we've had several meetings internally looking at a few different concepts and have some ideas about how that can work. Reducing conflicts is a very important part of safety. And another thing that's important to us that you'll see in another slide when we're looking at any type of improvements, especially from Watson to Ski Hill as our phase one, is what are those historic reflections that we can bring into any design that shows the character of Breckenridge and connects us better into the Blue River and also those historic structures. So can you go to the next slide, Helen? Thank you. So just a couple things about existing conditions. You know, when we're looking through, we've done an opportunities and constraints map for the river, the alley, and all of the pathways, and have just pointed out a few different items in our phase one for you to consider. One of those is just the general width of sidewalks and bike lanes, and then where they end or don't end. And also if they're being directed at a mid-block crossing and if they have accessibility. So some of those locations don't have ADA ramps, for example, or some of those locations are pretty narrow and people aren't following correctly. A second thing is, as we're looking at improvements to this area, how to make sure that any drainage coming into the river is being cleaned appropriately and is going through those right systems so that we're not just sheet flowing, dirt parking lots and things like that, but really putting in some of those best management practices, which we don't do, but this is a great photo of how we try to fix some things right here. The third, I think you'll see a lot of bicycles in those two images, 3 and 5, but there's a real lack of bicycle parking within the community, and this alley in particular is very loaded with bicycles on a regular basis. And if you're going out to dinner in this corridor, like in the front, if you have a nice bike, you know, all the racks are movable and things like that, and the sidewalks are narrow. So how can we better accommodate for that within our within the alley space and really make use of all the physical space that we have to better separate out people and create safer experiences. And then lastly, you can just, you know, you guys see this every day, but just the volume of people on any of one of these routes at the same time, people sitting on the trail, even though it's striped and obviously not for sitting, but bikers, walkers, skateboarders, everything all at once. So just an awareness of what all is happening so that we can best move forward. I'll go to the next one. Just so this is boring, but it's important. Floodplain mapping, wetland delineation, and looking at stream restoration. Our first observations reports have been completed and Shannon has those. Same with civil engineering and structural engineering, looking at drainage, where we can improve water quality, and also at our bridges and how those are functioning and how they work with the floodplain and also with any potential improvements. And the next one, and that's really important too, just so you know, after we go through this circulation map in the next room, that's when we start going to that next level of design with our engineering team. When we talk about the alley, one of the things that we did want to bring forward is some potential ideas of how alleys are being utilized in other communities. I recognize that anytime you see a paver here, you may think, how am I going to take care of that without snow melting it? So we may have to look at different surfaces for this environment. But we've recently gone through construction documents and design all the way through concept on 2 different alleys in Fort Collins, which really kind of started the alley design kind of movement throughout urban design in a bunch of different cities. And so getting to work with them through that was incredibly helpful in learning everything that they've gone through as they've implemented those over time, and then us actually developing the drawings for it. But just thinking bigger about what we have there and how we can, we have a lot of people using the alley, and bicycles are currently directed sort of into the alley. But we don't have a lot of definition in where people should go, and we have a lot of opportunity to do so. We also don't connect to the river at all visually, or with any kind of pedestrian access, or in any way really let anyone know that a river is there and that we have that part of our environment. You go to the next one. I did want to show you a couple before and afters on alleys, because we do think that being able to improve the alleys is an important part of our solution as a whole. There's the two on it's my left. Is that your left? Yeah, that's your left. Tenny Court before and after. That's kind of a similar.
We're both looking at the same.
Yeah, I know. I'm tired too.
Living in
What
the
day
picture,
is it,
looking at it.
Jeffrey? Those are before and after is a 3D, but like I mentioned, these are both under construction, but you can see what a little bit of public art, a little bit of lighting, a little bit of landscaping can do to help define.
Are these Fort Collins?
Yeah, these are all Fort Collins. And then same with the planters and lighting. So all of those things can really improve the aesthetics and make it feel like a more welcoming place. But we have enough width, which you'll see on the diagram, to do some things that would also allow for some dedicated bike lanes through some of these spaces and really help to, enhance the aesthetics, connect to the river, and make it safer. I also wanted to let you know that we met with Larissa from the Breck Heritage Alliance. And so she's provided us a lot of great information on this alley and the importance of this alley in our community's history. And we think that any form of design aesthetic enhancements through the alley between Watson and Ski Hill, and then further from Ski Hill onto the River Plaza, should be considering our history and how to bring those elements forward. The next one. Okay, so for between Watson and Ski Hill, I'm going to go through this pretty quickly, but we can look at it more later. We've started to look at where people are walking and connecting, where there are conflicts, where we have bridges, where we're not interfacing, where we have inefficient parking layouts, where we have private parking and access, where we have dumpsters, where we have these beautiful connections that actually come through from the alley out to Main in multiple locations. So really trying to get a really great understanding of all the different elements, and none of these things are non-starters, and none of these things that would prevent you from making improvements here. It's just important for everyone in the community, and also for every private owner, to understand that as we're looking at this, we're really thinking about all of those things that'll have to be accommodated as part of this plan, while also safely moving all of our guests and locals through these alleys. So we'll spend more time on this with the proposed circulation diagram in that next room, but did want you to know the level of detail and thought going into just understanding and analyzing what we have now. And you'll see a scorecard there in the bottom left. One of our thought processes in when we start looking at alleys is to start weighing particular elements related to pedestrian access, bicycle access, and vehicular access. Those things are listed there. We're thinking about economic stimulus and how improvements in these areas can actually help businesses expand or help their operations in some ways. We're looking at potential for redevelopment and how anything that we do, like how will that help or hinder any future site that could have any redevelopment opportunity. Connecting to attractions, you'll see major destinations and minor destinations throughout these maps. Shared street potential, unique character, trash disposal, really important, and utility access. And then any kind of areas where we have a problematic access that's causing more regular conflicts. So all things we've been looking at here. And then again, this is a more detailed version of that scorecard to show all the different questions that we're asking when we're looking at these areas and trying to decide how well they're doing in relationship to these different experiences or functions. With that, I was going to move us on to the next room, unless you want me to go back to a slide and look at something a little further.
The only question.
Go ahead.
Sorry.
One of you talk.
I wanted to know what the arrow colors meant, but the Yeah, there.
Yeah. So
Public
they're
access and-
public access, employee access, private access, or pedestrian access. So is it the green is looking at where, like there's in the Watson to Ski Hill Alley, there's a really nicely improved near Rootstock and
Right.
Carver's. That's a really nice little cut through. I mean, that's a great example of how something looks inviting and like I should go there, like, and I can go to Maine that way. The private access is into parking areas. Whenever you're looking at these improvements, it's really important to, business owners care a whole lot about the parking that they have in the rear of their property. So understanding where those access points are, so that as we start looking in more detailed design at how the different bicycle movements and pedestrian movements would occur, we're still accommodating for those accesses to happen.
And these slides are current conditions, just for us
Correct.
to understand what's happening now.
Right.
Vehicular access should be a -12.
Yeah.
In this,
It's
kind of a 1. I don't know how it got 1 point.
well, the one's the worst.
It's not bad
Below
enough.
one.
The worst.
It aspires to be.
Yeah, I know when we were doing these, Ellie and I were both thinking about how we thought this one should have a much worse score than the Ice House Alley, but it didn't. And so we were like, well, we can get input on that and reevaluate what that is. Like today's really about hearing what your thoughts are and where we are so that we can move forward and start looking more at engineering and costs and function and bring it all together. Because right now we do have an initial understanding of what's feasible from our engineering team, from an underpass perspective, or from an access perspective to the water. But we also know what some of those implications are of those types of things. And so that's where on the next, we wanted to have it all on one big drawing for you to point at, draw on. I got sticky notes.
Let's do it.
Got scales.
And one thing, you talked about bike racks, and I hope that you can run, if you decide on a design, you can kind of run them by us. I think that's, you kind of pointed out, I think that what the bike racks we have around town are totally impractical.
Yeah.
And so hopefully even like the ones at the rec center, I mean, they look nice, but they're better for like, tethering horses than a bicycle. So hope you can run those designs by us. In the meantime, I'm going to slip into my mask.
All right, let's go. Rick, public is invited.
Yep.
But yeah.
We have an area
Maybe. Oh, let's hope not, but you're probably right.
We will for a while. All right, we are back in chambers. Lovely picture of Aaron up on the screen. Breckenridge Golf Club update. Make some introductions there, Scott.
Yep. So thanks for the opportunity. I have the pleasure of introducing Patrick Clary, who is our new director of golf. We are midway through the season, and he wanted to give you a quick rundown of what's going on and how amazing this year for golfing. And yeah, go from there.
Pleasure. Couldn't be happier to be here. Ladies and gentlemen, nice to introduce myself and put a face to the name, and hopefully one of many for many, many, many years. But myself, been in the golf business 23 years. I'm a son of a golf professional. My dad was a director of golf over Beaver Creek when that first opened up in the day. And passion is basically to, kind of continue the tradition of competition and the business of golf. And been a lot of many places. Spent 15 years in Hawaii, 8 years on the Big Island, 7 years over in Maui. Some very high traffic, very popular spots, but there's nothing that I've ever experienced in golf than being here. So it's absolutely a pleasure, and having a great time. But that also comes with having to do a lot of work with everything as well. But I'm kind of going to go through three things here. I'm going to give an update on kind of the state of the union in terms of golf, the state of the union of Breckenridge golf, and then I can answer any questions afterwards. But golf course conditions wise, it's probably the best I've heard that's been in recent history. Jim and Grant and the maintenance staff has absolutely killed it. Coming out of the winter, we almost survived no winter kill, which was the opposite of last year. So last year, golf course, we had 9 temporary greens all the way well into June. We had 1 temporary green up until the first week of June. So with that and the conditions that it's been wildly popular. Got to give the kudos to the maintenance staff and really doing a fantastic job with making sure that the course conditions, especially with the amount of traffic. And if you guys had the memo that I had sent out regarding some of the numbers, it's pretty staggering. We're going to be 25% up from last year's record numbers. So the state of golf in 2020 with COVID was we would think it would go down. Usually we see these in like maybe 4-year cycles, but these last few years have been unprecedented everywhere. So nationwide golf has been up 14%. Breckenridge is going to be up 25% from that 27% last year from 2019 to 2020. So that gives you a kind of a general barometer as to how popular the outdoor activity is and where the state of the game is right now. And I couldn't imagine the amount of traffic we've had on this golf course. The other day we put out 420 players and didn't have a single time for a single player the entire day. We had a wait list of 33 trying to play the golf course. So we ran it from 7:40 in the morning until 6 o'clock at night, and that is some good golf. But kudos to the golf maintenance staff, because walk on that golf course, it looks like no one's played it. It's that good. Wildly popular, obviously. I've played a couple courses in Denver, some really popular golf courses in Denver. Our conditions are better than theirs. So we've got a true gem right now, and we're going to continue the trend for the rest of the year and make sure that we kind of hit it on the upswing, as we like to say in golf. State of the golf in terms of Breckenridge, like I said, it's a 27% increase from 19 to 20. We'll be up 25% from last year to this year. We've surpassed our total sales from last year's numbers. We surpassed that number August 2nd. So the entire fiscal year of 2020, our total sales were somewhere around 2.7, and we went over 2.8 on August 2nd. So we still have half the year left. Some good problems to have is can't keep merchandise in the shops and can't keep the vendors I'm on the vendors as much as they're on their distributors, but hard to keep merchandise in the shop. A good problem to have because our sales are great, but I'd love to have some stuff in there for everybody to buy. And we got some good shipments coming in soon. Overall, wildly successful year. Our customer service is second to none that I've seen. It's like I said, I've been I've been to hospitality islands over in Hawaii, and the hospitality we have here and the customer service that we provide to our guests out of towns and locals is outstanding. It's not just good, it's outstanding. So got a great staff, a lot of returners, a lot of some new blood in there, but fantastic. It's making Breckenridge Golf Club really stand out and awfully special for all golfers alike when they step through the door and step onto the greens and play their rounds and enjoy their time. Restaurant concessionaire, Joe Taddeo is doing a great job. It's kind of rebranded the restaurant, and menu is great. Food is fantastic. Nothing but positive comments coming from the restaurant. So overall state of golf is up, and as much as golf is up, it kind of brings some real world problems into it because, you know, as popular as everything else, it's kind of like summer at Disneyland. It's hard to kind of get everything you want, and so we have the challenges of having to mix, you know, the local population with the out of towners, and making sure we use that delicate balance to kind of be in the best interest of the golf club and the enterprise fund that we provide. But overall, wildly successful. Couldn't imagine anything better and busier than last year, and we're already almost probably going to double that. So I think at this time, if anybody has any questions regarding the golf course, I'd love to entertain.
So you know too, I'm sorry, just so you know that we met recently, and one of the things I wanted to confirm was how do we balance the local versus the guest experience, knowing that, you know, it's just like any of our recreational things, it's an amenity that we have and that locals like to use. And there's a certain amount of time that's set aside for local play. Am I getting this right?
So breaking down the numbers, 37% of our daily tee sheet is set aside for local play.
Yeah.
42% is set aside for out of town. So the difference between that rates you're talking about, like an out of town or the high rate is which we're in right now, is about $137 a round versus 44.
It's a similar, and that number hasn't changed from what it's been in the past. And that's what I wanted to make sure that we
From a
weren't,
percentage
we weren't starting to lean heavy and just look at maximizing our dollar. That percentage is staying the same. It's just so much of it that it's hard. It's for people to get it, right? And so that we've heard some grumblings, you know, that we're doing something different or Patrick's doing something different because, you know, people are a challenge with getting a tee time. And the other thing I think maybe we need to let more people know is, you know, you have to wait 4 days to book it unless you pay $10 extra. Then you can go ahead.
Yeah, so an advance fee. So if you were to go online and you wanted to book and say Rick knew that he had some family coming in town in a couple of weeks and wanted to rest assured that he would get a tee time, he's able to make those tee times. You could pay, it's an advanced reservation fee. Basically, you book your time, you call the shop, be like, I booked this time at 2 weeks from now, and then it's just an added $10 on charge to be able to do that. The reason we do that is so we kind of keep the playing field very fair in terms of the availabilities and the availability for locals and resident card holders to be able to book their tee time. So that has been definitely utilized and way up from last year. The numbers are about triple from last year's, which last year was the first year that that system was implemented, an advanced reservation fee. This year, we have done nothing in terms of procedures or policies that we did from last year or 2019. So nothing has changed. I simply just didn't have the sample set and didn't, this was my first year going into it. So I wasn't going to reinvent the wheel on this one and really kind of to change things up. I wanted to see kind of how the machine actually worked. And
you're wise.
Well,
they're still blaming him.
Yeah, I definitely. But so everything, all things being equal, everything has stayed the same. The grumblings that Rick and I are referring to is the popularity. So our local percentage is up, but it's not compressing against the out of towners. It's not like the out of towners are taking more times and we're allowing fewer for the locals. They're both moving up exponentially. And that's creating a little bit of obviously some chaos in terms of the locals not being able to get the times that they normally have gotten, but that delicate balance still kind of remains the primary focus for the golf operation. Yes.
I just had a question about the $10. So that's $10 per person.
Correct.
Is there anything we could do like for residents, because that seems excessive that you buy a golf pass and you live here, and you can't book, like you can't have access to a time if you don't pay the $10 per person to book.
Great question. So it's not that you don't have the access. That is not what we're saying. There's definitely access. I think what we're getting the feedback from is the access that they used to have or the times that they used to have.
But you said that yesterday you had 33 people on the wait list, which means that if you're not paying the $10 per person, then you're probably not getting the slot, right?
If you knew when you were playing, yeah. I mean, if you hadn't booked your time 4 days in advance and had that time, then true. But at the same way is that's a guaranteed time. So you're going outside that 4-day window to guarantee yourself a spot.
Okay, I guess I'm just asking, is it possible to even get a spot within 4 days?
Yes, I hold 37% of the tee sheet available 4 days in advance. Where we're getting is that, again, the local percentage of players has gone up. So as opposed to last year, we have 144 more residence cards sold this year than we did last year, which is
Out of how many? What's that percentage increase?
it's very, I don't have the number on me right now, but it's very high.
Okay, so 5,000?
No, this is just.
It was 7,000, then
Now it's
9,000, now it's 10.
Now it's 10.
Yeah, so 10,600 resident.
2020 numbers, you around 9,000 this year. This year as of,
Like county.
yeah, these are just
It's like
rounds.
county, not Breck.
Oh, round.
Yeah,
Oh.
yeah, not cards sold.
But so you said there's 130, 100, how many more?
144 more locals had signed up for the resident card this year than from last year.
And do you know how many signed up last year?
I don't.
What
have
the
that
increase
number.
is, that's my
definitely-
I didn't know that this was
Yeah,
rounds.
yes, round. Yeah, I'm gonna roll my eyes.
It's gotta be a high.
Um,
percentage of
Can I
increase.
just take a little, just to make sure it's clear, hopefully I understand this, but he holds 37%. And then if you go online 4 days before, then you can book with no advanced reservation fee. And you can find a time, if you're flexible and say, anytime on Saturday, I'm gonna pick a time, just go for it. But if you want a specific time on a Saturday,
Right.
it behooves
That's
you
when it's tricky.
to
Yeah,
go
and-
2
and
weeks or 5
If
days in
you
advance.
knew and you had pre-planned your vacation and to come up and play, and you knew when you were playing, you wanted a guarantee. That it's the $10 is actually.
I think the important number though is how many locals are there total? Because 144, if there were 150 before, that's a big deal. There were 14,000 before, not so much. So I'd like to know how many local cards are there? Because that's really the answer to the question. I mean, people that are complaining
Why
because
is
they
it so
can't get
hard?
on, it's
Since
not
we
because
have
of the
that.
guests, it's because there's 144 more local cards. But what's that percentage of the total is what we need to know.
Absolutely. No, we'll make that readily available. But if I had to give my best educated guess, I would tell you it's somewhere about 25-30%
Yeah,
increase.
see, that's a huge deal.
I know.
I mean, that tells you where your problem is right there, as far as them being
Good
able to get
problem.
on.
It's just more demand.
Yeah. And like I joke with Scott every day in our managers meeting, I can't wait till we get that other 9 holes approved so we can build another 9-hole course.
They brought you here to tell you that one of your 9s is going away for housing.
Nice to meet you.
Now you decide which one.
And up to about $1,000. So, I mean, in every number from internet prepay, which is our bread and butter in terms of profit and revenue, to standard booking rates. Our standard booking rates are going to be down from the previous last 2 years because the popularity of booking online. People understand that you get a little bit of a price break to book online, and it makes it a lot more easy for them to get tee times. Cart fees are, we're going to see another. We're already at 16. I think as of yesterday, we were pretty much around 20,000 in terms of cart fees, and last year total we were at 21.
Wow.
So it's a big jump. State of golf in the country is outstanding. State of golf in Breckenridge is I like to tell everybody we are at the epicenter of the most popular golf course in the state of Colorado right now. So
A couple questions. You said 44, I know that's the punch pass rate. Is 137 the retail rate without a cart?
absolutely no with the cart. So if you're walking, it's $117, $20 a rider for 18 holes.
So 40, what would 44 be with a cart?
It'd be 64.
64. So it's really 64 and 137.
I would say more often than not, you're going to half and half. There's a lot more of the local contingent that walks as opposed to rides. So it's obviously the popular following in terms of that. But safe to say, if you wanted to average it out a little bit, you probably could.
That's
but
apples to apples.
Yeah.
Now, what about when you say resident, the punch passes? Do we ascertain if they're actually residents?
We do.
So you need a license
every
or
resident,
whatever.
every resident that signs up for a resident card has to have a verification address. And then
okay.
we have the program that actually shows who that property is leased under or titled under.
Yeah.
And then that's how our verification process works.
In do we have a sense of how much the percentage of I think you probably said this, but I wasn't paying attention. The percentage of the block out, you said 37%.
37% local, 42%.
And that's been the case for years past too.
We have not, and that's the big point I want to get across to you guys today is we have not changed anything from last year or the previous year. So Errol had identified, a demand for the internet prepay, and then how best to be able to allocate those times, set aside the times for the locals, which we had continued the same practice from last year to this year. So there's again, the best thing I can tell you is there's no compression between the locals and that out-of-town rate. Both are just skyrocketing up.
And what about, and here's the problem is one, you just got here, you have to do Nordic, you're hitting the ground running, a whole different ball of wax, and hopefully we don't sound, we're not making you feel defensive. So we know the challenges you're under. And none of us golf.
I
Well,
do.
You say you drive, you're a good driver.
That's true.
But but
how's your putting?
You drive for show, you putt for dough.
Yeah.
But what about, and so we're getting our information, or I'm getting my information just from longtime locals that wish we still had dirt streets, and as I do. So, so we're getting a kind of a secondhand information. What about something about a tea time or the interim between heading off between 6 to 10 minutes? What is that?
So those are interval times for tea
What's it
times.
called again?
They're called tea time intervals.
Oh, intervals. Okay.
So that is something that I will strongly discourage and fight against in terms of the amount of time. If you went to 6-minute intervals, you would theoretically be able to have more players on the tee.
So we're not doing 6-minute
We're
intervals.
not. We are at
Okay.
10, and 10 is stretching it. If you go in the morning and you're teeing off between 7:30 and 9 o'clock, you're looking at a 4-hour to 4-hour 15-minute round.
Yeah.
If you're starting to get around the 10 to 12 area, you're looking at 4:30 to 4:45, and then starting after 12 o'clock because of the how busy the golf course is. It's a 5-hour round, but we let everybody know that in the meantime, and expect to somewhere around a 5-hour round. Really enjoy the sights, see if you see some wildlife, find some golf balls if you're waiting, and practice your putting if you needed to do it. But the 6-minute interval time would be something that would be very disastrous to the golf course because we wouldn't be able to accommodate that many
And
players.
if we, blocked out more local tee times compared to other years, just because of the demand on the sport, obviously the numbers will go down. Numbers are up 25% if we had more locals.
The revenues are going to go down.
The revenues, yeah, that's what I
It's an
meant.
enterprise fund that takes care of itself, so.
Yeah, so the revenues would go down. And just as one person up here, I would take less revenue to have more local satisfaction, but.
And I would just throw in there that we're looking at potentially another big capital investment in replacing all the irrigation on the Elk 9 in 2022, 2023 timeframe. And so once again, as an enterprise fund, kind of like the open space fund, it all is self-contained. And so that revenue is really important in order to take on those expensive, we think, $1 million to $2 million cost for the replacement of the irrigation. So it's that balance that we've consistently talked about as far as providing an amenity for the locals and the community and for guests who come, but also making sure that it's a wholesome fun at the end of the day. It's that we can move ahead and have a bright future with this thing. So yeah, that's that balance.
So you could make that determination. I mean, if you want to see that number just even change a couple of percent, I mean, one of the strategies of what we're going to propose at the budget is we're proposing to increase the fees for the non-resident players, because it is currently, it's the best course in the county and it's the cheapest course in the county.
At 137 and still the cheapest.
So the rates have not changed since we did our archive research since 2015.
Yeah, the rates haven't
both-
changed for
Both the Raven and
long
Keystone.
time, and they should be, because remember how we manage things through, just like parking through
Yeah.
that. So there's a way that you could still probably get similar revenues and tweak the percentages a point or two, but charge more on the other end. Because I'm assuming you don't want to, even though you probably don't want to see those resident punch passes increase in cost, do you?
Well, I don't know. If you think about it, you go to a Nordic Center and what's the $20 for, to go to the Breckenridge Nordic Center for a day pass?
25 for a day pass.
25. And you get tired after an hour and a half, if that, you get 5 hours for $44. So I don't golf. But if I did, I wouldn't mind paying a little bit extra money for more access. But that's just me.
First, you say you'd be willing to spend a little extra money? Such a cheap.
I think if
That's why I don't golf.
I think at the end of the day, like Rick's saying, if we're gonna go up a couple percentage points with the popularity of golf right now, we're still not gonna see too much of a difference.
Right, yeah.
And it'll show a very minimal amount of impact in terms of the bottom line. But it's going to be an issue because golf is wildly popular, and it's a great problem to have right now because it's the one sport you can get outside and you can stay away from COVID and you can stay away from somebody else that you don't want to talk to for 4 hours. You can easily do that as well. But it's as wildly popular as it is, it's a good challenge to have. We're meeting it head on. Our service standards have not changed. Our customer service is fantastic. Our policies that we have in place are, I'm 100% behind those as well, and feel confident that we usually see a kind of a wave in golf every 4 years. There's an up and a down, but this is to see the 2 years that we had in 2020 and 2021. Is going to be interesting to see kind of what the trend is in 2022 and 2023. If it stays that way, then we'll kind of have a different barometer to have to adjust our operation basically.
Just to be clear, 137 with a cart is cheap for visitors. That's a bargain.
So at Keystone, at Keystone right now, they're charging 160, and at the Raven, which I don't want to say anything.
I've been there.
That is 145. So and like I said, and kind of gave you the cliff notes this morning, or this at the very beginning, is our conditions, even compared to courses in Denver, are phenomenal.
Thanks for finding a way to get the high school kids on the course at the end of the day as well.
Absolutely. So we got we did hire a new teaching professional, and he's going to take over the JV teams over there. So we're going to have some good exposure. And my my stance with the junior program was that as long as we've got active participation between the other courses in the area, we're definitely going to meet everybody halfway, and if not more. So
they had to cut a bunch of kids. This was the most participation in the high school team ever.
I can't imagine that we've had the most participation in any golf.
Yeah,
crazy.
Yeah,
But
you can talk. Well, when we do budget you'll look at fees for every category. You'll look at golf. You look at Nordic. We have some proposals. We'll talk about that. You could delve into whatever you need to delve into.
Well, I definitely want to see not only what our total local is, I want to see what the difference has been over the last handful of years, say 5 years. I'd like to know what that, is that 144 brand new people?
So 2015 to 2018 wasn't we're not banner golf years. 2019, 20, and obviously 21, 22 is going to be 2022 is going to be wildly popular as well. There's a significant spike. So I expect a big discrepancy in those numbers. And
It's just,
People buy multiple cards.
Well, it's once you're done with your punch pass. So you buy a local res card for $440, basically washes it out to $44 a round. After that, after you've used all your punches, you're locked in at that rate. So $44.
Oh, you don't have to buy.
You do
another
not have
card?
to buy another card.
Oh,
Yep.
okay.
Yeah.
this is the same problem we're having with everything. It's all new people that have moved to the community because of COVID.
True.
And now you got 144 new people that are, I mean, it just goes to our housing and everything else that we talk about. So it's just important numbers, because when we have these discussions with
That's a good point, Eric.
with people and they say the new guy's screwing stuff up, the answer is no, the percentage is the same. There's just more locals.
Well, I think it's.
Hold them
Kind of disagree on that.
Let me, I haven't.
The money says otherwise.
Patrick, how are you doing with employees?
Employees we've hired, we have an outstanding number of outside service staff. We're fully staffed there. We're fully staffed with PAs. I've got 11 PAs. I've got 9 outside service staff. I've got 7 in the shop. And we felt really good about that, but the amount of players that we've had this year has obviously pushed that. They're feeling the pinch, but morale is definitely high, and morale is high, and customer service is at an all-time high. So I'm very pleased with our staff and staffing levels right now.
Let's get all those guys CDLs so they could drive buses in the winter. Right, James?
Sure, Jeffrey, we're gonna have plenty of tee times available October 4th. So
Yeah, well, you
once
know
that
what?
hits,
My parents made me choose between golf and polo, so I haven't picked up a club.
He chose thievery.
I chose shoplifting.
All right.
But
yeah, it's an absolute pleasure to meet everybody. I would love for it not just to be Kelly out here playing golf. Please come out, and if for some reason you want to grab a club and just come out and enjoy it and learn all about it, I'd be happy to spend some time with each and every one of you. So I've
seen the time.
I've seen Rick over at the shop once, by the way.
really,
He was looking for clothing.
well, he was looking for one of those berets with a ball on the top.
I used to golf. I don't anymore. Thank you.
Yeah, nice to meet you.
All right, break for dinner. Dinner. the council chambers.
Your dessert down. come
Ms.
in-
Coon, come to a white paging telephone, please. You notice, you see his shorts? He has like golfing shorts on with
He
belt.
did look like a golfer.
He did look like a golfer.
I would be okay with golf if it was 5 holes.
I don't have any.
You don't
You can
commit
pay,
5 hours.
you can play 1 night.
9 is even too long.
You know,
5 holes. It should be a 5-hole game, then it'd be perfect.
That and fly fishing.
Jack
I don't,
doesn't
I
even
don't
allow
have
you
the
time to warm up.
attention span. Do you want
I'm up
to
to do
spray?
what,
No, I
swing a
just like
club?
real soap.
We call this town council regular meeting to order for Tuesday, August 10th, 2021, 7 PM. Roll call, please.
Ms. Sade,
Here.
Mr. Carlton,
Here.
Mr. Bergeron,
Here.
Ms. Owens,
Here,
Mr. Coon,
Here.
Ms. Giello.
Here.
Ella.
I hear. God has spoken again. Right, Town council minutes for July 27th, 2021. Anything? Any changes, corrections, deletions, additions? Nope. Minutes stand as approved. Agenda?
No changes.
All right, agenda stands as presented. Communications to council, citizens' comments. These are non-agenda items only. 3-minute time limit. Mr. Martinez.
For the record, my name is Gary Martinez. We thought it would be appropriate to come in and give you a very brief update on activities at the theater and what's going on and so on. So first introductions, our president, Cynthia Gordon, I think you know that, and our new executive director, Amy Sides. Amy has been with us for time. She's doing a great job and she's now our executive director and we're happy for that. So quick update on the theater, but first, don't forget, we still run a film festival in September 16th through the 19th. Amy, do you want to take a couple seconds?
Yeah, I just want to give everyone a quick update. This year, we're going to have a fairly normal festival. We are still hosting a virtual festival, just so those who don't feel comfortable sitting in a movie theater can still join us virtually. So that would be similar to 2020 when we held the festival virtually and did drive-ins. This year, we'll be programming the Breck Theater, the Eclipse Theater, and the Riverwalk for our evening shows. We will be hosting panel discussions. We will be having parties at local restaurants. And we will be having our kind of festival hub at Old Masonic Hall and our VIP lounge upstairs at Old Masonic Hall. And we will have a tent in the Blue River Plaza. So we hope to make it feel as much like a normal Breck Film Festival as possible. But of course, we're definitely keeping our eye on COVID guidelines and restrictions, and we will be following all of those. And that's my update.
That's awesome.
Nice to meet everyone.
Nice to meet you.
Moving on to the theater, just wanted you to know that it is torn apart now, but we're coming back together quickly. We've been in there doing painting. There's some new paint at various locations. It looks really good. Projector maintenance has been completed. It's running fine. I understand the other one is not doing so well, but we need to talk. We have some furnishings coming, new ticketing system that we'll be having there. The liquor license, thanks to the staff for their help on that. They've been running that in a rapid process, and I appreciate that a lot. I'm going to get to hiring in a second, but the other big tough thing we had to do today is, you got to make sure you have good wine for sale, and we had to do a wine tasting today with so we got some good wines coming. In terms of hiring, we have a local a lady named Catherine Cook. You may know her father, Paul Cook. He's the optometrist in Frisco. Kat grew up in Summit County. She lives in Breckenridge, I think in Warriors-Mark. Is that a yes? Somewhere in Breck. And she started just a couple weeks ago, and I think we've got a good one. And let's go to real quickly on programming and the schedule. Do you want to do that, Cynthia?
3 minutes up yet? So, we're all excited about the Eclipse Theater, and we just want you guys to know we are absolutely going crazy. We're so excited about everything that's going on. We are getting close to getting to a point. We had to, get the soda machine back working. The ice machine was broken. I mean, if you ever get a chance to stop in there, it's pretty amazing what we've been doing in there. In August, we're going to do a couple soft openings, really internal soft openings with some volunteers and some board members and whatnot. We do our big volunteer party towards the end. And then in September, the first 7 days of September,
we're going to do what we're calling launch soft celebrations. For 7 nights in a row, we're going to show films from our 40 years. We're also celebrating our 40th birthday as a film festival. 40 years of films. We're going to select about 7 films and also some shorts to show. You guys will all get invites through your email. This will not be in the paper. We have a maximum of 50 seats we're going to sell. We're going to sell our tickets for free, but we're practicing selling our tickets. So you do need to buy your free ticket online. We will also be selling concessions for real money so we can practice collecting money at the same time. And then, so we close on the 7th. We open up again on the 16th for the film festival through the 20th, which really goes to the 26th because it's virtual. And then we will start regular full programming September 24th, which is a Friday, which traditionally in the movie theater industry, all films start on the Fridays. We're working with a woman named Connie White, who's with Balcony Bookings. She's a professional booker. We just found her. She seems great. She's worked with a lot of smaller theaters like ours and is really going to help us juggle first run, really great films with some fun art house programming with community programming. It's really all, we feel it's all about the community. So we're trying very hard to program around that concept. Did I forget anything?
That's it. Just a quick update. Rick said to keep it short, and I think we did, but if any questions real quick?
There'll be a box, once you're up and running after, hopefully, the new reality after COVID's behind us, you can buy on site, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So it doesn't have to be online all the time.
Yeah. You can buy before and you can buy one.
Okay.
Good.
And we did mention we have lots of new interesting decor and furniture going in there, some table, bar height counters where you can kind of come have a glass of wine and then go into the film or hang out and have a glass of wine after.
Or just stay there and drink.
Be there all the time now. That's great. Well, good luck.
Yeah. Right.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you. Thank you. Anyone else in the public have a citizen comment this evening?
I do.
A Zoom comment. Yeah, I know. I'm getting to you, Hal. All right, bring him over.
Well, he's just going to speak.
No, we want to see his lovely face. All right, Hal, go to it.
Well, first of all, I'm happy to see the Speakeasy Theater is coming back. And it'll always be the Speakeasy. Sorry if you call it the Eclipse. Thank you, Council, Mr. Mayor. My name is Hal Vatcher. I'm a full-time resident of Breckenridge, living in the Warriors Mark area. I'm here to talk about the new parking structure. Many of us did not want such a structure built in the center of town. However, as the expression goes, that ship has sailed. We have a parking structure on what was formerly called the South Gondola parking lot. My comments are to say thank you. Thank you to the town staff, to the engineers, to the designers. Thank you to all that were involved with the overall look of the structure. From day one, we were, quote, promised, unquote, that our parking structure would not look like a parking lot and that it would fit into our historical town appearance. And history will tell you that, quote, political promises, unquote, are like toilet paper. I'll leave it there. However, this time you all did it. We have a parking lot that looks very much like an old mining area. The rustic siding is great. The rust patina on the corrugated parts are outstanding. So from one citizen, I love what this town, our town, has built. Thank you.
Thank you, Hal.
Thanks, Al.
Thanks, Al.
All right, anyone else in the public? Nope, public hearing is closed. We have a Breck Tourism Office update. Lucy, how are you?
Well, thanks. Good evening, everybody. I would totally echo Hal's comments on the parking structure too. I mean, I think it looks phenomenal and it's a terrific addition to our community. And I would also like to say I'm so looking forward to the Eclipse Theater and the great wine selection that I know they're going to have in addition to the great movies. So what I'd like to do is just take a few minutes and paint a little bit of a picture of the landscape that we're finding ourselves in these days as far as tourism goes. On the national level, from Destination Analysts Research, and this is the one we quote a lot, this is 1,200 travelers that are surveyed every week on their confidence levels, travel habits, etc. Not surprisingly, confidence and intent to travel is dropping significantly. It has been the last couple of weeks and it really took a digger this week. So it's down as low as where it was during the height of the surge last winter. So it dropped like 40 points. Over half of travelers surveyed think things will get worse, and travel confidence is down to like 36%. So, and people are canceling, postponing trips, not surprisingly. An interesting thing, just because we were talking about masks and vaccinations, et cetera, earlier, in the traveling public, vaccinations for men is 74%, while for women travelers, it's 58%. And now fully 25% of the people who have travelers who have not been vaccinated say they will do it, and more like warming up to the idea as they get more information. So I think that's encouraging. So you always have to find good news in the hard news. We're seeing similar things. We're seeing impacts of this in the BTO. Our website visits are slowing and lodging searches are slowing, although they're still ahead of where they were this time last year, but it is just ramping down. The other impact that we're going to see is as of August 23rd, about 70% of the schools and 65% of colleges and universities will be back in session. So that's usually when, travel falls off for us, which is pretty normal.
Say that again, Lucy, when?
August 23rd, 60% of schools and 75% of higher ed.
Do you know what that increase from last year is? I mean, I know everyone was shut down for a long time, but I'm just curious.
I can find out. I don't have that right here, Kelly, but we certainly have it, because we would have quoted this last year too. So I'll send you something tomorrow on that.
Thanks.
It's probably similar,
Yeah.
I think. I don't think it's radically different.
Okay.
Then to bring it to Colorado, some good news is of all the jobs that were lost, we've regained about 6% of that back. So our job loss, and this is just in the travel industry, hospitality industry, we were down over 17%. Now we're down about 11. Most of that hit was in restaurants. I know you guys know that, but at least there's some progress in getting some jobs back, although, we're still down 12%. And to James's point earlier, like where did all those people go? There's 5 million people that are out of the workforce that should be working, could be working, and they're just choosing not to. So I think they're all in vans driving around, wherever they're going. But anyway, so at least there's some regain of the lost jobs. The CTO has hired a new executive director. His name is Tim Wolf. He has most recently been consulting, but prior to that, he was the GM at the Brown Hotel. Long history in hospitality. So I think he's going to be a terrific addition. He's inheriting a tough thing. In 2020, the state lost about 1/3 of travel spend and 1/3 of the associated tax revenue with that. But I think, he's got a great attitude about it. Like it's not, he's been part of it all along. So I think he's going to hit the ground running and be great. Bringing it to Breckenridge, a good story in terms of our visitor mix and who's here. Our total overnight business is 80% of our total, which is similar to what it was a little bit up from last year. Day visits about 20%. What's interesting in the day visits, like we always have thought about them as Colorado day visitors, but Bill's been digging into this. Roughly half of our day visitors are from out of state. So that's people passing through. And, somebody might be like in Denver for something else and they come up for the day. But so a lot of it, because the numbers weren't jiving and we couldn't figure out what was going on, but we've not seen that before. So that's a different dynamic. So they're out of state, but we're not counting them as out of state because it's just the day, right? And they're not staying. So the out of state overnight here is up over last year. Which is strong, and Colorado overnight's pretty flat. What's interesting in the lodging is we've had a big bump in the number of people that are staying in Breckenridge. So for example, if somebody was staying in Frisco for 4 nights and they came to Breck for a day, we count them as an overnight guest. They just weren't staying in Breck, but we're seeing almost 8 points up to 89% of the people are staying in Breckenridge, and that's with a higher ADR. like average daily room rate. We're up to over $250 per night on average versus just under 200. So it's a significant bump and more people are staying here. Length of stay is way up too. So all these metrics are what we hope to see. You know, it's the right part of the visitor mix that's increasing. And yeah, I mean, it's all right. All visitors are right. But you know, the overnight part is what we're really focused on in the BTO. So those metrics are really strong for us. July ended up at 61% occupancy, which is fairly for like a normal year. July typically equals December in occupancy. With our higher inventory, that same occupancy means 5,000 more room nights for the month of July because of more inventory. So and we'll start reporting. We're really going to transition over to reporting lodging and room nights because the occupancy just, it's not valid anymore. So I'll give you both for a couple more months and then we're just going to go to room nights.
Lucy, when you say the inventory is up that much, does that just mean we have more resorts reporting or we have more short-term rental licenses?
Available room nights. And Bill and I, like, we wrestle with this because that number moves like every 2 weeks. It's a different available, available rooms. And what happens is you have increased inventory from just more units, new builds. You also have changes when, for example, like with timeshare, they get maybe 2 weeks out. And if the owners aren't using the units, they'll put those units on the rental pool. If a group drops, those rooms go back in the rental pool. So like every 2 weeks that our inventory changes. So that's why it's just hard to say occupancy as a percent of what, it changes too much. So room nights as we go forward will be the better metric because that translates into people. And that's what we're trying to convey to Main Street so people can plan for how busy we might be on the street. Okay. Any other questions on that?
Lucy, what does the Destametrics graph report in? Is that?
It's occupancy. And then Bill does the math to make it room nights.
Right.
And then we're just going to switch over to room nights. Once we have a bit, like this year, we're doing both. And so next year when we report, we'll be able to give you a baseline and say room nights.
Will you be able to do a graph in room nights also?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because I like the graph.
Yeah, me too. Yeah. So let's see. So then so July was good, comparable to what we'd expect in a good year. Summer, right now we're looking at 31% occupancy for the entire summer. So that is actually up of what it was over 20, but I'm really hesitant to forecast much like where we're going to land just because of the uncertainty of what's going to happen here in the next month or two. We typically finish the summer between 30 and 40% occupancy. Any questions on lodging or the visitor? Just a few more updates and then I'll.
One thing, anecdotally, it seems like the town is nuts.
Yeah.
Crazy busy. Do your numbers reflect that? Say, let's just take out the outlier of 20, but from 21 to 19, I mean, is it just that the people that are here are getting out to the places I'm going? Or
I think there's some of that. I think, these are percents, right? So I believe it's a percent, like it's comparable percentages, but on a bigger base. I believe there's more people here.
Yeah.
So 20% day visitors on a bigger total.
Yeah.
And more people are doing exactly what you say, Jeffrey, because it's more people like us that are, we're all, the outdoor, on the trails and bikes and all of that. I think, what we don't know is what will happen when things get back to normal, like next summer when you can go to Europe, you can go all the places you used to go, if we level back out or if, we keep that growth.
If our summer numbers are 30 to 40 as they were in past summers, it seems like there's more people these last 2 summers. I'll throw out last summer just because of the unique conditions, but so it's just the same amount, it's the same amount of people as normal that we might expect, but they're just more concentrated in some of the
I think
areas.
it's more people, Jeffrey. I do. It's 30 to 40% occupancy.
Okay.
That's on a
So
bigger.
It's the same amount, it's the same percentage out of a larger pool.
Yeah. I mean, I think there's definitely more people here.
And that could be VRBO type.
Absolutely.
STRs. Yeah. Okay.
So, Yeah, any other questions on that part? Okay, then just,
Did you give the breakdown of out-of-state visitors or?
yeah, out of state overnight is 60% of our total.
Okay.
And it was 56% last year. So that's a good, we like it, anything over 50% we're happy with, that's good. Again, for that balance, we got to keep the lodges, healthy. So, okay, then moving quickly, a few other updates. The Octo thing has been named Brecktoberfest. And last week we found out that Polliner was not going to be able to be part of it. It's a long story. I can happy to go through it with you. But Casey has been working hard on, Plan B and just about how's it ready within a week of finding out that we weren't going to have Polliner. So plan is exactly the way we described it, in the Riverwalk ticketed event, all that kind of stuff, family things still up on the BCA campus. And we're already selling tickets online. I will say that we are going into this as if it's going to happen. We're not going overboard on anything because it's eyes wide open. It's 50-50. It is kind of where we're at right now is we may do it. We may end up having to cancel. So while Casey and Majay are going to put on a great event, if it goes, we're also ready to change it if we have to. So Casey's here if you have any specific questions about what used to be Oktoberfest, which is now Brecktoberfest. Okay. Let's see. I'll just touch on our DEI initiatives, and we're making some really good progress. This is an extension of this part of it anyway, is an extension of our resident sentiment survey. And we know that we haven't been able to get a lot of the minority groups involved in this in the past. So we've started doing focus groups, and they're it's been really very good. And we, I think as a result of that work, we have almost 400 more resident sentiment surveys turned in. And we think a lot of them are just from that community from this work. And I'm going to review some of that with Carol tomorrow, but I just wanted you all to know that we're making some good progress on this, and we're really excited about it. And then I would like to let you know that I had a great meeting on Friday with Jody Church from the Ski Resort, and I think it's going to be a great working relationship. I'm really, really happy with everything we talked about. I think she and I will probably take turns on updating you all on what we're doing together, but it's going to be very good. And then lastly, we will do our community update. We haven't done one in a while, but that will be this Thursday from 9 to 10 online. And Amy Wineland will do an update from the public health perspective. And then Eric, Rick, Shannon, and I will wrap it up. So that's what we have.
Do you know the new Rob Katz, the gal that replaced Rob Katz?
Yeah, I know of her. Yeah. Yeah. Mhm.
Pat Campbell still in that? Where'd she end up?
Summit Cove.
She's a consultant for them.
He's retired.
Projects. I think.
Special project.
Projects, yeah. Mhm. But she's back up here, I think. Yeah, but on Pat and John left about the same time.
Gotcha.
Lucy, thank you.
Yeah, sure. Thank you.
Yeah, go ahead, man. We gotta wait for Jeffrey here to. Silence for everybody while Jeffrey leaves.
Do whatever he needs to do.
All right, move on to continued business. We have the second reading of Council Bill number 21, Series 2021, an ordinance amending Chapter 1 of Title 9 of the Breckenridge Town Code, known as the Town of Breckenridge Development Code, concerning recreational and leisure amenity clubs, and amending Chapter 3 of Title 9 of the Breckenridge Town Code, known as the Town of Breckenridge Off-Street Parking Ordinance, concerning required off-street parking for recreational and leisure amenity clubs. Tim. Oh, no, Julia. Sorry.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor and Town Council. If approved this evening, this proposed amendment would add new definitions for recreation and leisure amenity clubs, recreation centers, and timeshare interest. It would repeal the definition that's existing in the code for timeshare units. It would require a covenant for recreation and leisure amenity clubs to limit the overnight guests to the number of vacant divisible units. It would also clarify the space utilized for a recreation and leisure amenity club to be eligible for the 25% above ground floor area if there's any remaining after all common areas are counted. It also establishes the conversion of density associated with recreation and leisure clubs. It also clarifies that no additional parking would be required of the recreation and leisure amenity clubs beyond what is required for residential and commercial uses on the property. There's no changes from the first reading, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Julia. Any questions for staff? Anyone in the public wish to comment on this second reading this evening? No, public hearing is closed. Is there a motion?
On second reading, I move we pass Council Bill number 21, Series 2021, the title of which has been read into the record.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion from council? Roll call, please, Helen.
Carlton,
Yes.
Ms. Giello,
Yes.
Mr. Coon,
Yes.
Ms. Owens,
Yes.
Ms. Sade,
Yes.
Mr. Bergeron,
Yes.
Mayor Mamula.
Yes. We have a first reading, Council Bill number 22, Series 2021, ordinance extending the temporary moratorium on the submission, acceptance, processing, and approval of any application for a Town of Breckenridge development permit that includes as a part thereof an amenity club, declaring an emergency and providing for an immediate effective date of this ordinance. Tim.
This ordinance, as you've indicated, is in fact an emergency ordinance, so it's not first reading. If it passes, it will be the only reading. In May of 2020, the council adopted a moratorium on the submission of development permit applications that included an amenity club as part of the proposed project. The purpose of the moratorium was to give the town staff and the council time to determine how best to try to regulate what we now call amenity clubs. That moratorium was extended once. The current moratorium will expire on August 26th of this year. The moratorium ordinance that you just now passed was the reason for the moratorium. I'm sorry, the amenity club ordinance that you just passed was the reason for the moratorium. And it resolves the problem that we were trying to address when the moratorium ordinance was passed. But as a non-emergency ordinance, the amenity club ordinance you just passed will not become effective for 35 days from tonight, which basically is September 15. And since the current moratorium will expire on August 26th, if we don't act now, the moratorium will expire on August 26th. The new ordinance will not become effective until September 15, and there will be a gap. And I think that's not something that we want to see. That would allow somebody to submit an application for an amenity club without complying with the new requirements. So the purpose of this ordinance is, as I've stated, the ordinance will extend the moratorium to allow the amenity club ordinance to become effective. And once that amenity club ordinance becomes effective on or about September 15th, the moratorium will dissolve and it will have actually served the purpose that council intended back in 2020 when we started this. This is an emergency ordinance, requires 5 affirmative votes. And if adopted, it becomes effective immediately.
Thank you, Tim. Any questions for Tim? Anyone in the public wish to comment on this first reading or last reading, only reading? Nope. Public hearing is closed. Is there a motion?
First reading, I'd move we pass Council Bill 22, Series 2021. This is an emergency ordinance, and the title which has been read into the record.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion from council?
Before we vote, let me clarify, Jeffrey, it's not a first reading, it's an only reading because it's an emergency ordinance.
Okay.
Is that okay with
Yeah.
you and who made the second?
I did.
Are you guys okay with that? Everybody understands what
Sure.
they're voting on?
Do you want me to make the motion again?
No.
I'm pretty
No,
warmed up.
No,
Okay.
Helen's got it.
Okay.
Any further discussion?
No.
Roll call, please, Helen.
Ms. Sade. Yes. Ms. Giello.
Yes.
Ms. Owens.
Yes.
Mr. Carlton.
Yes.
Mr. Coon.
Yes.
Mr. Bergeron. Mayor Mamula.
Yes. We have first reading of Council Bill number 23, Series 2021. This is an ordinance amending Section 4-4-2 of the Breckenridge Town Code concerning the authority of the Liquor and Marijuana Licensing Authority to accept a fine in lieu of suspension. Tim.
Liquor license holders in the town of Breckenridge are required by law to comply with the state liquor code and liquor regulations put out by the state as well as town ordinances. From time to time, it comes to the attention of the Liquor and Marijuana Licensing Authority that a licensee has failed to comply with the applicable law. And in that situation, the liquor authority holds a hearing, and if they determine the licensee has actually violated the law, they impose some sort of a sanction against the licensee for that violation. These kind of typical penalty punishment is a suspension of the liquor license for a stated time, which means that during the period of suspension, the liquor licensed establishment cannot serve alcohol. If it's a hotel and restaurant, they can still serve food, they just can't serve alcohol. A number of years ago, the state legislature authorized local liquor licensing authorities with the consent of the local governing board to accept a fine in lieu of requiring the licensee to serve a period of suspension. The fine is calculated at 20% of the estimated revenue from the sale of liquor during the period of suspension. As originally adopted, the minimum fine was $200 and the maximum fine was $5,000. The town council several years ago adopted a town ordinance to authorize the Liquor and Marijuana Licensing Authority to accept a fine in lieu of suspension within those ranges. This ordinance that's in front of you now reflects an amendment to the state law that made by the Colorado legislature at the last session. And essentially what it does is it keeps the same methodology for calculating the fine, which is 20% of the estimated revenue, but it changes the minimum and maximum fine amount. If adopted, this ordinance would establish the minimum fine at $500 and the maximum fine at $100,000. I don't know that we will have a $100,000 one, but one never knows. You can suspend a license, as I said, for 6 months, and depending upon which establishment, maybe $100,000 represents 20%. I don't know. Anyway, the thing I want the council also to be aware of is the law does not mandate that the liquor authority has to allow a licensee to pay a fine in lieu of suspension. It's discretionary with the Liquor and Marijuana Licensing Authority. If the authority doesn't think that the disciplinary purpose will be served by allowing the licensee to pay a fine, they can deny the request to pay a fine and the licensee will have to actually serve the period of suspension. So that rule has not changed, just the minimum and maximum fine amounts.
Thank you, Tim. Questions? Anyone in the audience wish to comment on this first reading this evening? The public hearing is closed. Is there a motion, please?
On the first reading, I move we pass Council Bill number 23, Series 2021, the title which has been read into the record.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Mr. Coon.
Yes.
Ms. Sade.
Yes.
Ms. Owens.
Yes.
Mr. Bergeron.
Yes.
Ms. Giello.
Yes.
Mr. Carlton.
Yes.
Mayor Mamula.
Yes. Resolutions. We do have a mayoral declaration to end the public health emergency. I don't have to read this, do I? Do I?
Also,
But also the public health. Well, I guess we'll just have to reinstitute it if.
You kind of. Yes.
Here's our thought on this, and certainly if you don't want to declare it at an end here, but the state has declared that the public health emergency is over and the county has declared that. So at some point, if things get worse, we'll probably see something from the state and something from the county, and then we would do it again. And I think that that points out the need for whatever higher or newer regulations are gonna go along with that at the time, so.
You guys want to wait a couple weeks?
Still,
or-
we're setting out on a little bit of an island, still doing this, but.
It just seems funny if we're going back to mass to end it.
I don't-
Just hate to wait till
That's
resolution.
how much, that's how many things change in a week. So, there's no harm in keeping it intact. I mean, one of the issues by doing this, that was important for us is to point out that, there were certain code relaxing that went on and that would end on October 1, I believe we wrote in here. So that doesn't change anything that's currently in place. And if you're, I don't think we have to act on it, Tim, right?
No, the fact it's on the agenda, just,
You're not
Po-
comfortable doing
postpone-
it?
you know.
If you guys think you'd rather wait, we can wait and see if you want, if we, what happens maybe when we start to lose some people around here, if we see our numbers. Our numbers were 287 again. so,
7, yeah.
Yeah.
I think we should march to our own drummer.
I
Well,
agree.
Yeah, and also, I mean, if, travel is getting a little more scarce, then maybe those code relaxations will make sense going into the fall. So there might be overall no point in doing this.
I'd be good without doing it.
Vic?
I can't wait.
All right, we're gonna wait.
Table it.
Aaron?
Thank you.
All right.
I'd like to wait.
Forgetting about you, Aaron, I'm sorry. And then
That's
you scare
okay.
Then you scare the hell out of me when you
One of
talk.
those
Sorry.
Flashbacks I've been throwing about.
Boo.
Voices in my head.
It scared me.
Sorry.
All right, planning commission decisions for August 3rd, 2021.
I would like to call up the RMU rooftop deck at 112 South Main Street, PL 2021-0132.
There is a motion. Is there a second?
I'll give a sympathy second.
There is a motion and a second. Discussion.
Well, the reason that I wanted to call it up is a couple. One is, according to what was in our minutes, they have 24 seats on the inside, and their intent is to add the occupancy on a rooftop deck of 88 additional seats or people. That's 3.5 times what the minutes said we have on the inside. The other reason is it doesn't appear that there's any additional restrooms for the additional occupancy on the roof. And I'd like to take a look at that.
And I would add, if, though Chafin was awesome, he was kind of thrown under the gun. And I think if we had the original planner here, we could have had more questions answered at the time. So for me, I'd just like to err on the side of caution on that, and we can take a look at it and see. Yeah, so.
Tim, can we clarify the seating issue?
I can't, but.
Oh, well, I mean, I'm really confused.
I can a little bit.
Yeah,
Is it appropriate for us to do that? It's an issue of why, but it doesn't seem, it seems that numbers are being misused in here.
yeah, I think we can briefly clarify the issue. I mean, the council can call up an application just because they want to make their own decision on it. But at the end of the day, after a call up, the decision has to be based on the development code. So there's sort of conflicting issues there, but I do think, Rick, there is some confusion about seating and bathrooms, and to the extent anybody has relevant information to help the council decide on the vote, I think that's appropriate.
Even if the numbers aren't correct on that, we're still looking at an 88-person deck with no restrooms. So I'd at least like to get that cleared up.
Well, it'll allow us to take a harder look at 90 and 91. for Appropriate use of materials, which I think no harm done.
225 or something. I think there were three
25 as well.
code. Yeah.
Really look at those ordinances in the code and just make sure we're comfortable with it.
Any other discussion? I will tell you, I'm not comfortable with call up. I think the planning commission read the code correctly. I think they did the appropriate thing. I think there are problems with the code that we need to fix going forward. There's obviously consternation in the community about a rooftop deck. The problem is we didn't see this coming. And now we have, I think, some things we need to fix in the code to make sure this doesn't happen again. But I don't see any way forward to denying this application based on what the planning commission did. So I will vote against the call up, just so everybody understands my my reading of the code. So any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Mr. Coon,
Yes.
Ms. Owens,
Yes.
Mr. Bergeron,
Yes.
Ms. Sade,
Yes.
Ms. Giello,
Yes.
Mr. Carlton,
Yes.
Mayor Mamula.
No. All right. Passes the call up will be scheduled for,
The development code says that a called up application is heard at the next regular town council meeting, but there was some thought that we might want to bump it one meeting. We can do that with the consent of the applicant.
I don't know if we got that consent or not.
Oh.
yes, sir. Yeah, if you could come down to the microphone and introduce yourself.
Chris Glenn. Yeah, I think Chris Kulik's back on the 14th.
Yeah.
And your questions would be answered very quickly by him. So I think that's appropriate.
So
So we'll schedule it for September the 14th. Thank you.
Thank you for that.
Thanks.
All righty. Report of the town manager and staff.
I just, the celebration of life for Todd Perkins is on the 20th, Friday, the 20th of August. And I would like to do the family has asked in lieu of flowers and other things to either Building Hope here or to I think, what was it?
Animal rescue.
Animal rescue in St. Thomas. And so I would propose that we do a donation to Building Hope from the town in the name of Todd Perkins. Does everybody support that?
Yeah. Yes. Yes, of course.
All right. And I think Building Hope is extremely important organization to us, and I'm suggesting that we do $10,000.
Great. Yeah, I agree.
All right. The other thing, 5A. So the county wants to go back to the voters, and they want in November, the question would read without increasing taxes. They want to get the voters to continue 5A, which is it's not really the county. I apologize. It's some combined housing authority question. And it's the 0.6% sales tax that we collect is dedicated to housing. And it comes back to the jurisdictions in which the money was raised from. So, two questions. Do we support going back to the voters now and getting it's set to expire in 2026. So we want to extend it beyond 2026. 10 years, 15, 20, or it could be in perpetuity. So we talked about it at MMC. I
We did.
believe Silverthorne's leaning towards keeping it an additional 10
at
years
10.
beyond
Dillon seemed-
2026. Dillon's,
The mayor of Dillon seemed like
I think they landed on 15.
15. I would support 15.
Yeah, I'm fine. What's the logic of doing this when it's still got 5 years left?
Because it's the sentiment right now.
Okay. Yeah, I'm
And
good with 15 or 20.
The other part of that is, there's a lead time for these projects now.
Right.
5 years, you're just starting to get into stuff
Yeah.
for the money to dry up. I think it's important to.
Well, Dylan said
Let's do that.
15 because then you could actually bond a project now and
For
get
20
20
years.
out of it, but
Okay.
you're gonna run up against that. I like 20 because it gives us more bonding,
Yeah, what's
more
that?
ability to leverage our dollars for a longer period of time.
If that allows us to bond, I would say 20.
I'd do 20.
I'm good with
I'm good with 20.
20, Aaron?
Yes, please.
Do we
In
generate
support in
a
20.
year
Over 3
approximately?
million from
Yeah.
to Breck.
Mhm.
It looks like 20.
20 years. Okay. That's all I have.
Excellent. Report of the mayor and council. Getting back to MMC, we had a long discussion again about housing. I mean, this just seems to be every meeting we talk about housing. That is what we get to, and I was a little tired, so I was fired up.
Let's hear it.
Listen, this is what I said to the rest of the MMC. I don't understand this sentiment that is rearing its head, that protecting the rights of somebody that doesn't live in the community, that is going to buy a piece of property in the community, and protecting their rights to make money off the community has become more important than protecting the right of somebody that has lived here and worked here to live here. And I think that's really skewed. And that's what keeps going through my head is, why is that right more important than the right of the people that have made this their home? And I don't think it is. So we had that discussion. We also talked about 5A. And then we talked about, we heard from the superintendent about mask wearing in school. And he laid it out pretty succinctly. He said, 5 days a week with masks is better than going back to 2 days a week in Zoom. One of the mayors has a problem with masks. His kids don't like wearing masks. He said he was asking if there was another avenue for kids to be able to be taught this year. And Roy, the new superintendent, pretty much said, all we're asking is your kid to wear a mask, and we're already using tax dollars for those 5 days a week in school. We're not doing another route. It was a pretty blunt response. Pretty much masks are the way they're getting through the school year. I, for one, completely support, what they're going to do. I think it's the right way. I think it's better than not having school, and hopefully it won't last long and we'll get back to normal. But I was pretty impressed with Roy. I thought he really handled himself well in the circumstances of, being there with us. So anyway, that was about all we talked about, right, Rick?
Yes.
Yeah. Open space. Hey, you, voice of God, your turn.
There was there was no meeting since our last meeting.
I'd like to get her, next time she does it, get her down to our level. It's just not
Can we
right
do a
looking up.
screen?
I
Can
don't
we do a
think.
screen
Yeah.
over here?
Thank you. Yeah.
Tourism or heritage, Mr. Coon?
Yeah, we heard from Lucy on tourism. Heritage, this week, the BHA is working in partnership with the Breck Music on the Tiny Porch series, which pairs stories from longtime locals with original music. The storytellers include Gretchen Abernathy, Maureen Nichols, and Joyce and Alan Mosier.
Ooh, those would be fun.
Wow.
They'd be really good
Yeah.
to tour, without a doubt.
That sounds fun.
It's a pretty good lineup there.
The next BHA board meeting is not until the 18th, which is the same day that we have our special meeting.
So you're gonna have to miss it. Yep. All right. Creative arts, Kelly.
Actually, I wasn't there. Dick covered it.
We continue to meet in the finance committee. The budget proposal's getting close. There's a full voting board meeting Friday, I think. And see if they adopt the budget, and then we can bring it back here and start talking about it.
Excellent. Events? Anything to add?
Nope, it was all in the memo.
All right. Childcare.
We did have a meeting. So one of the things we talked about is making sure that we get childcare tuition assistance program into our budget, because if you guys remember, we've sort of abandoned the consideration of making a question or really dropping that in their laps to take care of, and that this council is committed to continuing to fund that. So followed up with Rick on that, and he assured me that there would be a very large sum.
I assured her I'll throw something out there, see what the council does.
Is cool.
Yeah, no, a little more than that. I think that's about all, probably the most important thing that we
That'd be enough.
should be. No. Oh, the other thing, one other really important thing that we are discussing is our tuition assistance program for a long time has been based on the 3 big childcare centers, Timberline, Little Red, and Carriage House, and then also our smaller center, which is Breck Montessori. But there have been, we're just desperate for childcare spots, and it's more desperate now than it was 3 months ago, and more desperate than it's ever been before. And so we are having some in-home daycares come up, which is terrific for us. I think that Lori said at one point we had 42 in-home daycares, and right now there are like 7 or something. I mean, it's a very low number, 10. So we do want to encourage that, and those costs are still a lot for families. And so as a committee, we're looking at whether it would be appropriate to extend tuition assistance to, only they would have to be certified, licensed. They would have, requirements very similar to the facilities. But there are some different things that we have to talk about and really understand about in-home facilities in order to make that program work for them as well. But it's certainly something we're looking at.
So Jeffrey cannot get government money for watching kids at his
There's
house.
no way, Jeffrey.
Okay.
would get it.
I'd put up a little fence on the yard.
Little fence.
Hey, Eric, I also want to remind the council, we're doing coffee talk on the 20th of August, and it's going to be, I believe, 8 o'clock,
Yep.
8, on the deck of the golf course clubhouse.
Oh. Isn't there a bike ride after that?
No, because Todd Perkins' thing is after that. So we're
got it.
gonna do coffee talk, and then we're gonna come over to Todd's thing, which is from 11 to 2.
10 to 2.
10 to 2. So
And if you're going to go, they wanted people to RSVP
for Todd's thing?
Yeah.
Oh. Is anybody planning on going? I mean, I'm definitely going.
I
Yes.
think I'm out of town. If I'm not out of town, I'll definitely go, but I think I'm out of town.
It's gonna be at Carter Park.
Are you okay with the golf course?
Yeah, I was just thinking we were gonna do it somewhere in town so we could just walk to Todd's thing.
We're struggling.
Yeah, that's fine.
Golf course, cool.
Yeah, it'd be a nice place to have coffee out
Yeah.
there.
Kelly just wants to go hit balls.
She's really,
could actually see
she's
if you
proud
can,
of her
but-
driving. She hasn't
gonna
mentioned her
have-
short game.
I'm gonna have my daughter with me.
Right. Oh,
She can swing the club
I bet.
right at her brother's face.
Yeah, I bet.
Wow. Workforce Housing Committee. Anything?
I think
You
we
guys?
reported on
Yeah,
that
reported
already.
Big meeting today.
And then social equity.
We have a meeting
Big three.
on Monday virtually or at 9 a.m. right here.
God, anything to add?
Nothing sad. We're working with the on the blueprints with the equity project in tandem.
Excellent. All right, other matters.
I just want to say, Mayor Pro Tem, report, nothing to report.
Oh, thank you. We should add that permanently.
I do have another
All
matter.
right, Kelly
You really
Owens.
segued into it with your mayors and managers
Yes,
meeting.
well, I tried to.
But I just feel really strongly that it has now been months and months, 8 months since we had those roundtables. And 2 of the roundtables really talked in urgent manners about us managing short-term rentals. And I know we're chipping away. Lori's doing a ton of great work on other smaller programs and programs that are gonna help in some small ways, but we're talking specifically about the VRBO style, those non-exempt, that's what we've been calling them, short-term rentals, and we have like almost 2,500, we think. Well, we know the number, but
What's the number?
2477.
If you count the pending ones, pending application.
And since we've started really tracking carefully, we've gotten 87 additional licenses. So, all of Alta Verde basically has been gobbled up for our employee housing. I mean, not necessarily. We know that it's not a one-to-one. But I especially, Jeffrey brought up just how busy it has felt in town. And we keep hearing that employees are struggling and the housing burden is just resting on our employees right now. So that harmony that we strive for, visitors and locals, I think is really, really at risk. And I'm very interested in knowing if the rest of council would support staff looking at a cap, what some appropriate strategies to cap short-term rentals might be. I don't know if there's others who feel as strongly or the same or want to go down the capping lane.
Dick?
I absolutely want to talk about it. I mean, I think we need some data from staff. I'd like to know what the licenses have done in the last near history, few years. How much have they grown? They're non-exempt. And I'd like to know how many active building permits are out there right now. Just because there's gonna have to, if we go down this road, there'll have to be some consideration of projects that are in the works that are kind of counting on a license. And then I'm sure there's other data we're gonna need to look at, but I'm wide open for a discussion. I agree, it's time.
I'd like to talk about it too.
Also a fair way to incentivize people to keep their rentals long-term or take them out of short-term and put them in long-term. That's a big delta there, and we need to figure out a fair way to do it. So yes, the
Yeah,
answer is yes.
I am in, you know what? I'd move sooner than later. We can always uncap it down the road, but I think right now, we need a little bit of information, but I don't want to wait too long for
Well, there was some talk of an emergency meeting. I mean, not an emergency, but a special meeting just to focus on this. Is that?
So suffice to say, I mean, yeah, we could have a special meeting for that.
Aaron?
She said yes. She said, yeah.
I know she had a question.
Oh, well, the question wasn't about this. It was another matter, but it was just a
Okay.
question.
Okay, we'll wait till we get done with this then. Carol?
I'm
Okay,
supportive
thanks.
of exploring a cap and looking at it, either an absolute number or a percentage of housing.
I also am supportive. I've been sort of struggling with how we will go about this technically. And because there's a lot of things that we could build into this, but the more stuff we discuss, the longer this is going to take. And I do feel that this is, I feel we've hit crisis situation. What I would like to do is do it just a very simple, because don't forget, we'll ordinance 2 weeks and then 35 days. I'd like to do a very simple ordinance capping it at a number, then come back and figure it out and add stuff to that. Things like, what if somebody comes, how are we going to run how are we going to run the list? We're going to have to figure that out. I know there'll be some things like that. Are we going to do a list? Or are we going to do a lottery? If somebody comes and they build a new big home and they want a license and no license are available, what number of affordable deed restricted rooms could they provide to get a license? So I'd like to see some wiggle room there. I don't think we have time to do all of that right now. I would like to make sure there's enough padding so that anybody involved currently is taken care of, that we're not cutting anybody off at the knees, but that there's going to be a rush. Somehow we need to figure out if the cap is, say, 2,600, if when this thing passes on day 35, that's at 2,650, that means there's 50 licenses that are going to have to go away by attrition prior to us getting to the list or the lottery, whatever it is. So that's why I'd like to jump on this thing sooner, sort of like Dick. I don't like the moratorium. I don't like an emergency, because I think both of those things damage people that are potentially selling or buying currently. But I do like going through the process and then coming back and adding some exemptions as we go on. That's my 2 cents.
Here's how I've been thinking about this, and here's what I would suggest. I just don't see us being able to get a special meeting scheduled anytime soon. And so what I think, let's clear time on the 24th, right? I mean, we're only losing a week or so. Let's clear time on the 24th. Let's get the direction from you that we need to build the basic ordinance. We will bring it to the first meeting in September. We'll do both readings in September. It'll go into effect in November. I think that is the best way for us to do it. I think we can spend however much time we need to spend at the next meeting, and we'll start just brainstorming what are those questions, okay? that we think we need answered from you. So we'll kind of have a list of things we want to go through and to see how we want to build. But I think it's important to get in there how the list will work, the waiting list will work, because that's a crucial part that could come into play immediately. Who knows how? And I also want to get some understanding of the number of, like you said, the current active building permits, what's in the pipeline, and what that looks like. I wish I could tell you I could give you solid data. I mean, I've been trying for 4 hours, not more than that now, to understand the total number of new licenses this year. And, you know, I can go back and tell you when we started tracking some data in March and doing these weekly reports, we've had like 89 units that were classified as other use that are now short-term. And we also know that during that from the first of the year, we know there were 11 that used to be short-term that went back to other use. Maybe they probably sold and somebody said, I'm not going to short-term them anymore. That's only 11. So just in March, you're still at, you know, 78 units that we've lost. That doesn't count January and February in the first. So, and we're struggling to get that. And so I just, you know, I wish it was better, but it's not. And our data, you know, it is what it is. And we'll try to work with you on what you want. I am not an advocate for doing a percentage. I think that will be a nightmare to manage.
I mean, a percentage.
Percentage of units.
Percentage increase every year.
I've been trying for 4 days, well, since Thursday, I think of last week, to get from the assessor's office our total unit count in Breckenridge, and can't get it.
Yeah.
You know, and so
That's good to know.
every time we add, you know, an apartment building that changes, then we're going back and doing the math to say, are we getting this unit? And if you feel strongly about it, we'll figure out how to make it happen, but it would not be my first.
Yeah.
And I agree with Eric said, is we look at something initially and then always know we can.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, we could study it to death and not get anything done, or I feel comfortable we can put together a decent, you know, skeleton, you know, get the basics covered of what we think needs to be in there and get something written up for you for the first meeting in September.
I'll tell you one thing that really struck me. We were at Mayors and Managers, and the new town manager in Frisco, he's from South Lake Tahoe. He said it's important that you guys act before the citizens act. You know, we still have a short-term rental community we want to protect. And I think whatever that number is, 2,600 units, that's a ton of units. That is important as an economic driver to this community. There's no doubt about that. I don't think any of us disagree with that. He said you have to be careful because if you guys don't do something, then the community comes, somebody in the community gets a petition together that is like the one in Frisco. It could be really detrimental to what we do. You know, we're not looking for something draconian. We are looking to stem what we think is an imbalance between short-term and long-term rentals. And that's definitely different than if somebody came and said, no short-term rentals in single-family homes, or, you know, only 1,000 or something like that. That would really hurt our community. So it's important that we do it. We do it logically. We do it thinking about the community as a whole and knowing that the short-term rental community is part of the community and part of our economic success. So I thought that was a really good comment by him at that meeting.
That's good to hear.
Yeah.
And I struggled with, we always say we're a short-term rental town. I struggled with capping it, but I think right now capping is the way to go.
Well, I mean, Telluride's rolling them back 30%. You know, they're gonna lose 30% of their short-term rental licenses in the next year.
Of the number they have now?
Yes. So there's a lot more heavy-handed stuff.
There's a
going
lot
on.
more than what we're planning, that's for sure.
No, nothing that I've heard proposed by any of you is putting anybody out of work or changing the dynamics, because you're not reducing the number at all. So.
All right, other matters. I have a handful.
I think Aaron had a.
Oh, Aaron.
I had a quick question. When is the budget retreat?
We haven't set that date yet.
Tomorrow, you should be here for it.
Be there on Friday.
October sometime? Isn't that when we usually?
Yeah, we try to do it, it's usually try to do it in October.
Are we, okay. Are we going to do it on a council date or is it going to be a special meeting?
I will try to accommodate your desires, and I think that lately we've tried to start council early and do it in make one big day out of it and go through it and have a light agenda. A light work session. So is that what you'd all like to see again?
Yeah. It works. Whatever the boss wants.
All right, Kelly's really accommodating all of a sudden. She must be getting tired.
Guess she's getting to go golfing.
But Aaron, we'll nail that down and get it out so people can get it on their calendars. All right.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks for bringing that up.
Of course. I love talking about the budget.
Is your calendar filling up?
Yeah.
Early. Yeah.
Anyone else? Other matters?
You said you had.
I have 4. Number 1, the letter I sent you all from John Eland from Iron Forest, I think is important to read. If you don't know John, I think he is a reasonable guy. I think he's an excellent builder. He's a good community member. I think we should take what he said with, I think you should read it. And I think we really need to discuss where we've gone with this energy code. That's number 1. Number 2, the dude the magician guy in orange in the plaza sent me a message about amplification of music and speaking voice in Blue River Plaza. And he does his shtick in other places and says it has really ruined other places that he does his thing. So I talked to Rick, talked to Tim. Tim has a potential change to our code where rather than it would be a nuisance, you shouldn't be able to hear it from, say, 15 feet away. And I think that would take care of it. And Tim could put something like that together for us and we could change the code. So if you're out there with a guitar and you have an amplifier, you can't have it cranked up, is really what it is. There's some free speech things going on there. So we have to allow it. But if we can limit that, I think we can head off a potential problem if you guys are up for that.
Is that only for amplification? Like if
Yes.
somebody's like, that won't, I guess that won't prohibit like NRO stuff
No,
like
no,
that,
it's
right?
just amplified buskers really in the
Okay,
plaza there.
How about somebody with a bullhorn?
I'm good with it.
It'd be the same thing with a bullhorn. Yeah. I mean, Tim thought this was a good way around it. And if there's some change, he'll let us know. Number 3, I've been talked to a couple times about public radio and I don't know where BOSAC is. I guess you guys are going to have a meeting with them about this running the power up the road as opposed to running straight up the mountain. I'm sure you know about this, Scott. What don't I know that I should know?
Scott Reed for the record, town of Breckenridge. So based on the direction we got from BOSAC and council and the BOCC as well, the direction to them was you need to keep it in the road as your current plan has been all along before they made some last minute changes. So that's sort of the first thing. The second thing is their permit, their conditional use permit has expired. So they need to go and get the county permit to, kind of restart that process. As I understand it, they're kind of gathering their thoughts and figuring out how to go about from here, whether they're going to propose something different or otherwise. But I do know they need to go through a county permitting process to get approval to move ahead. And the third thing is they still have not contacted the town of Breckenridge to talk about okay, how do we do this? How do we go through this process? So really nothing has changed from the last time we spoke to you all from our
So the last guy I talked to was Bub today. He came to the restaurant to talk to me about it. So he really should reach out to you.
He should reach out to Ann or
Because
yeah.
if
any
it's
of us.
talking, they're talking about blasting. If they go up the mountain, they don't have to, but if and that part I did not know.
My understanding, again, I'm getting this information not from them, but from the county. By the way, as an aside, Brian Lorch gave his resignation yesterday. So he's no longer with the county. But I got it from Brian Lorch, and their understanding is, and they've never provided a map of this, but there is granite. Apparently there's a granite outcropping on the road. And so they've never shown us where or what that looks like or how to avoid it. And so we've never really gotten that information, but they're saying that if you go on the road, you're going to have to blast through some of the granite outcropping which we don't know exactly where it exists, but that's part of their concern.
Okay, so my response to them is going to be contact staff at the town.
Yeah, work with the county to get your process and work with the staff
Perfect.
for us to figure out what the process is. Yeah.
And then Julia,
I-
my final thing. Yeah, Aaron.
Oh, sorry, just as a comment, and we might want to talk about this maybe when I'm not on a screen above you all, but in person at some point, about BOSAC and like an issue like this is BOSAC, I believe, and this is actually a BOSAC member who brought this up to me. BOSAC's always going to look through the lens of open space, right? Like and environmental protection and things like that. This is also a community benefit, which is not, unless we instruct BOSAC to weigh that, that's not typically what it's not their job to value, as far as I understand. Like they're open space and environment and, that sort of thing, and destruction first, like that's what they're focusing on. And so I think it can be a little challenging when the land is supposed to provide a different value to the community. So that's not exactly how they're weighing this. It's more of like, well, of course we want to bury the line where the road is because that's less disruption to our open space. So just kind of as a tidbit, as an FYI, if it goes back to BOSAC, I would imagine you're going to get similar feedback of like, yeah, we don't like this. We'd rather it be less disruption to the environment, because they're not really weighing what radio does for our community, because that's not really the focus. So that's just something to think about.
Fair enough.
Is
Very good.
NPR down now?
No, they're still up, right? Yeah. So anyway, thanks, Scott. Thank you. And then the final thing, Julie, I know that Mark's not here, but we need to start talking about rooftop decks. And, I would suggest we need to have discussion about density, that it's not free density anymore, and possibly some water discussion going
Bistro
forward.
lighting heights.
Bistro lighting heights. I think there's a bunch of stuff that we need to jump on pretty quickly, I think, before we see a rash. I mean, I doubt anybody's doing it right now, but I would like to jump on this before too long. So if you could take that to the commission. All right, anything else? Excellent.
Sad on, you went from 1 to 2 so quickly, but on that energy rating issues, I've heard a lot of the same thing. So I'd like to revisit that too.
I'll send you the email I got from him. It is very lengthy and really spells a lot of, I think, pretty good points out. Yeah.
It's good.
So, all right. Anything else for the good of the order? We are adjourned. Thank you, everyone.
Thanks, everyone.